if you see the PowerPoint in full screen.
We see it in full screen.
Great. Okay. Welcome to the Widow Rockfish Supplemental Review. I'm going to go through with a little bit of introductory information before we get into some of the details. So here, first off, I just wanted to flag for folks, there's a publicly accessible materials, or PAM, website for all of the materials that we are using for this review. So I put in a tiny URL just because it was crazy long, but there's also a QR code to direct you there. You should all have that information. I was trying to look at what's going on. Okay. We're recording this meeting for folks who are unable to be present today that may benefit from hearing our discussion. Okay, so in the PAM site, you have our agenda, connection information. You all found that because you're here. The terms of reference and accepted practices guidelines that kind of shape what we can do, what we expect from assessments, things like that. And then all of the review material. So that includes the report that was produced by the stock assessment team, or the STAT, their responses to requests that the Groundfish Subcommittee of the SSC made back in August. Model files, so there's a zip file you can download. It in there has a bunch of the plots that all of them that made their way into the report, and lots of extras, and then the previous assessments, so the 2015 benchmark assessment and the 2019 update. Okay, so I am Cheryl Barnes. I am your meeting chair for the day. I'm the vice chair for the Groundfish Subcommittee. And then we have Marlene Bellman, who's our council staff officer here. We will be facilitating today's meeting. I just wanted to give you an outline of the different roles and responsibilities of everybody involved. So for me, in addition to reviewing the material we'll discuss today, I'm to ensure an effective and efficient meeting, coordinate discussion, solicit participation from folks. So I will try to create space for folks we haven't heard from intermittently, but anyone else feel free to chime in at any point. If we do end up with any requests, this is different than a typical STAR panel or Groundfish Subcommittee meeting, but we have the possibility to make additional requests of the stats that they may or may not be able to get to before this is reviewed for the November council meeting. So we'll keep that in mind, but those requests really need to be few, prioritized, relatively straightforward and simple, but we can get into that later. If there are any disagreements or conflicts, I'll try to help resolve those and then facilitate the completion of the panel review, the report. So Marlene is here to help with all of the administrative things associated with this meeting, help keep us on track for doing what we are set out to do for this meeting. She will help with the remote broadcast, make sure that folks are connected, can hear and see as much as is feasible, provide guidance to the review panel and our advisors, ensure our adherence to the terms of reference, and then administer public comment. Marlene, is there anything you'd like to chime in on right now?
No, I think just making sure that folks are aware that I did start recording the meeting. That is because, again, our federal partners are not with us at this meeting, and also the council's desire to make sure that we had a record of this review, and so we've done that. Again, I think if there's questions or if people are having problems, again, I just muted Andre, or if people accidentally come off of mute and you're not aware, I have the ability to mute you should I need to. So I'll just kind of be monitoring to make sure that we have a good flow. I guess there's a hand up.
Yeah, Jason.
Thank you, Cheryl. I don't know if you're looking for questions yet, but at some point I do have a question.
Okay. I may answer it as I continue, but you can go for it now if you'd like.
Okay. So we have the opportunity as a review panel to ask for additional analyses from the stat. presumably the stat would need to respond by the briefing book deadline or the supplementary briefing book deadline. Do you know when that is? And I guess that's probably more of a question for Marlene. So what type of time frame does that allow us?
Yeah, we won't even be getting our report in by that deadline. But Marlene, how would that work if we had requests and then the stat had an ability to respond to them?
So the advanced briefing book deadline is the 15th, which is tomorrow. And then the supplemental deadline is November 3rd. But there's also the 2-week SSC review deadline. And so really the SSC review deadline is October 30th. And so really ultimately that's also sort of in between the advanced and the supplemental deadline. I think we're still up in the air a little bit in terms of how the council will proceed, but that's sort of the general timeline. And again, it's really dependent on if there's the ability and then the time once our federal folks are back off of furlough and able to start addressing things. I will also say that be open and full in your documentation of how that is. Should there be an option where the council would potentially move the decision making from the November council meeting to like March, that would present an entirely different timeline. That is not a scenario that we're planning for yet, but should something like that occur, I just want to make sure that you're feeling that you really lay out your thoughts and recommendations as a group, and that that is that part of the review is out there and is documented. So again, like, yes, there are timelines and there are things that we're thinking about. But again, if those shift, I just want to make sure that people do not, that you're not somehow holding yourselves back from that should you need to in your review process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so Marlene, tell me what you think about this, but I basically think that any requests that we need, that we might make, we should make sure that they are absolutely necessary at this point. And if we do come up with some requests that we find necessary to recommend this as BSIA, then we may discuss about the potential shift of council review, right? Like both of those things.
Yes.
Okay. Jason? Good?
Great.
Awesome. Moving on to the introductions I'm doing just for everyone. So here is our review panel. I need an updated photo of Jason, so you can email that to me whenever you would like. But here we have myself and members of the Groundfish Subcommittee that are not federal employees. So that includes Chris Free at UCSB, Andre Punt at UW, Alberto or Albie Rovellini at UW, Jason Schaffler with the Muckleshoot Tribe, and then we have our CIE reviewer, Jeff Tingley. So Jeff is joining us from afar. He is breaded and bushy-tailed today, but we might need to be gentle with him on Thursday when it's, what is it, Jeff? 5 a.m. when we start? Something like that?
Yeah, 5 a.m. start Thursday.
Well, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. And Jeff's role has been as an external reviewer to provide some continuity throughout this cycle. So he participated fully in each of the STAR panels and then has played catch up with our Groundfish Subcommittee review of the Widow assessment. Okay, so our responsibility is to be familiar with the terms of reference, accepted practices, guidelines, all of the review materials that I discussed earlier, review all of the stock assessment documents, discuss the technical merits and deficiencies. Again, we will have the opportunity to make requests, but we must be judicious in those, especially now, and then try to resolve any technical disagreements that we come up with. And then we also have 2 advisors. So we have Whitney Roberts from the GMT, or the Groundfish Management Team. She's with WDFW. And then Jeff Lackey, our GAP advisor from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. And he's with Midwater Trawl Group. And primarily, we're looking for these folks to communicate any questions, considerations, or concerns on behalf of their respective advisory bodies, and also advise, I keep writing GFSC, but this review panel, which is more than just the Groundfish Subcommittee, on changes in fishing industry, management, things like that, that might provide additional context for interpreting results and things like that. And so I will try, Whitney and Jeff, to stop and make space for you purposefully, but the goal is for you to be actively engaged throughout our discussion. So feel free to chime in with questions or comments, anything along the way. And then our stock assessment team, I wanted to make sure that we highlighted the work that these folks have done. Unfortunately, they are unable to participate or even listen in today because of the federal government shutdown. But they have produced an initial base model that we reviewed in August, and then a new proposed base model that we'll be reviewing today. And a well-documented assessment report is the expectation from this whole process. They did provide responses to our Groundfish Subcommittee requests, and the idea is that there will be a fully revised stock assessment report at some point. TBD on that. And they have generated all of these materials that are available on the PM site. So there you have it. All right. So I kind of discussed some of these, but our basic task is to identify whether or not this update assessment, with the modifications that have been made since August, represents best scientific information available, or BSIA. So that allows us to say that this assessment has some reliability in terms of drawing conclusions about stock assessment, stock status, and then if it's appropriate for use in conservation and management. We also should be identifying additional research needs to improve this or other assessments, reviews, and management as we go through. And then we want to be objective and transparent throughout. Again, adhering to these documents I've mentioned a few times now. And then we have a number of ground rules. You all can access these on the council website. You all have been in these meetings before, so I'm not going to walk through them in detail, but I will be holding you all to this. Basically, take space, give space, be respectful, and let's have constructive dialogue. Okay, so here are some snapshots of our agenda meeting this afternoon, and then again on Thursday morning virtually. We went through a bunch of the introductory material, and what I'd like to do is actually shift to a little overview of the proposed base model before we get into some of the nitty-gritty of the responses to Groundfish Subcommittee requests. Andre.
Yes, normally at this point, we have to identify potential conflicts of interest. And I guess I have to say that 2 of the individuals on the document are my students, and well, 1 student, 1 staff. So if there's voting, I will obviously recuse myself from that.
Got it. Thank you for that.
I don't think Albie's got a conflict. Those are just his colleagues, he doesn't have supervision over anybody.
But he was an author. Yes, Albie?
Yeah, that was kind of my question. In terms of recusals, I was not an author on the review that is at hand, but I was an author on the original assessment. So I'm not sure how these cases are handled usually. I would be inclined to say that I should recuse myself just by virtue of being on the original assessment, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the expectation is that you would both fully engage in discussion. If it were to come to a vote, which I have not seen, then you would not be able to vote, I believe. But if Andre or Jason or Marlene want to weigh in on this, because it is like a step removed.
Yep, no, you're right. If we had to vote, we would not vote.
Okay.
All right, Jeff Tingley.
Just for clarification, I presume I don't have a vote on this, given that I'm not part of the management.
I would argue that you do, but I don't know. Marlene or someone else?
I'm not sure that the TOR like explicitly states the role of the CIU reviewer, but I can certainly look into that.
That would be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Yeah, Jason, did you have something else on that?
I was going to sort of lean towards what you said, and given that Jeff is a part of this review panel, anything that we vote on in terms of groundfish, actually, I don't think groundfish subcommittee is going to end up voting on anything. I think any votes will happen at the SSC.
Right. Okay. So we would present, if there were two sides to an issue, we would present them both, and the actual voting would happen with the full SSC.
That's what I think would happen, but I would also ask Andre, given his years of experience.
This is a totally new world. We've never voted. I've never had to see what the outcome is, but in terms of the report of the meeting, it's the report. If we have disagreements within the meeting, it's the panel, and the panel includes Jeff. So Jeff is a member of the panel. He's not a reviewer of the panel, although he obviously writes a separate report. So he is an author of the meeting. So if the meeting can't reach agreement, if you think about our conflict amongst panel members, that would definitely include Jeff. So I would see him as part of it. Let's just not let's not disagree and avoid having to worry about it.
Okay, well, on that note, I have assigned tentatively some rapporteur roles. Sorry you didn't get this in advance, but this is where we're at. So Chris Free is responsible for recording our areas of disagreement. So Chris, if something like that were to come up, do you feel comfortable
Sounds
handling
good.
it? Great. Okay, so folks, take a look at this, see where your name is attached to a particular item, and let me know if you see any concerns. Jason, I just want to highlight you have 3 items, but 2 of yours are fairly short, so it seems fair. And Jeff Tingley, I was hoping that the merits and deficiencies were like closer to the report you have to write already. But if there is something else that would be closer to what you need to include, I would like to not create more work for you.
No, that'll be fine. I'll manage that. Thanks.
Okay. Great. And then, folks, if you want an example for some of what has gone into these sections, I linked to the California Quillback report from this summer in our Google Drive. So you can take a look at that in terms of what's expected to go in each of these sections. Has everybody been able to access what's in the drive, including the very skeleton version of our report? Or let me know if you can't access anything. Okay. Everybody good here? I just want to highlight Whitney Roberts and Jeff Lackey, that we have you all down for this section that includes management data and fishery issues. And again, there's an example of what we've included for Quillback if you want that. But that is your opportunity to communicate things in writing that we discussed. All right. I am going to move on, but everybody knows what they're responsible for, and so keep that in mind as we go through our discussion to take notes on your sections as you go, and you can refer back to this slide if you need. Okay, so one of the things that we should chat about is our report timeline. So this is a pretty quick turnaround, which seems to have become more of the rule than the exception. But the supplemental briefing book deadline, as Marlene mentioned, was October 30th. So I am proposing that we get our report to Marlene by the 29th so that she can turn it around. Oh, I'm sorry, not the supplemental deadline, but the SSC review deadline. So I'm hoping that we can get this together and out the door rather quickly. So that would be having rapporteur drafts done and to me by the 21st. And what day is, I'm trying to pull up my calendar here. So that would be Tuesday. So end of day Tuesday, let's say. I can put everything together, do a final review, and turn it back around to you all, hopefully by the morning of the 24th, looking for your final review and comments by end of day on the 27th. So that then I can do one more final run through with Marlene and we can call it good. So do we see any conflicts here besides the fact that we don't have a full 2 weeks? Yeah, Andre.
I will do my best, but I have got grading literally from Thursday till Monday. If someone wants to help me with 200 undergrads, I will do it, but I will do my best, but it may take me till Wednesday because I really have to grade my scripts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's literally 30 or 40 hours worth of nonstop grading.
Okay, why don't we see how this all shakes out, and maybe I can take one of your sections if that helps, depending on how much we've got to communicate there. Does that sound?
I will certainly try. I'm just saying it may take me an extra day just because I really do have to do my grading.
Yeah. I would say no worries on that. Like we'll shoot for this timeline, but again, we don't have the normal amount of time that we usually do to turn these around. So that sounds good to me, Andre. And if everyone else is good, let's keep to this as much as possible. And then I have no idea what happens after that in terms of like the stock assessors coming back and doing any work and producing their report because we have no idea what's going to happen with the shutdown. So that's all TBD. Do we have another hand?
Yes, that is my hand.
Geez. Yeah, thanks.
At some point, can you send me a link to the Google Drive? I don't see it. That doesn't mean a whole lot for me, but I don't see it. And I was also going to say if Andre would like me to record some of what he's supposed to be rapporteuring, I'm perfectly happy to do that as well. Because I would rather not grade 200 undergraduate papers.
Okay, why don't we do that? Why don't we be nice to Andre? And Andre, which of these two do you want to take and which would you give to Jason?
I don't know. Unresolved problems.
That's what you want to keep?
No, give it away.
Oh.
We can just say none. We're done.
All right,
I don't
you
think
okay
that's
with
going to
that,
happen.
Jason? So Jason, you would take on unresolved problems and major uncertainties?
Got it.
Okay, thank you so much.
I really appreciate that, and I know I'm going to pay in November, but better the devil you avoid now than you gain later.
Well, you are going to pay in November regardless.
Okay, moving on. Marlene, would you mind just sending a link to the Drive folder to everybody on the review committee and our advisors just to make sure that they have it?
I think Jeff has a hand up as well.
I just wanted to get confirmation from Marlene first.
Yes, I did a thumbs up, but verbally,
Oh, you did?
yes. The link.
Sorry, there's a lot happening here. Okay, Jeff.
Just saying I'll be taking notes on all of these sections because I've got to anyway. So if either Andre or Jason want some input from me on their bits, I'm happy to help.
Beautiful. Thank you. Okay. All right. So here I'm just going to read to you what I've written. So continued collaboration among state, federal, and academic scientists, advisory bodies, and the public is essential for producing the rigorous scientific advice and transparency that our fisheries management process depends on. So Before we get into the details of this review, I just want to acknowledge that the review is taking place under clearly suboptimal circumstances. The ongoing federal government shutdown means that key stock assessment scientists are unable to participate. And although the review panel that's present here today will work diligently to complete all of the tasks of making recommendations based on the documents provided, the absence of federal scientists limits the depth of our discussion and constrains our ability to fully evaluate all decisions, assumptions, and interpretations. Proceeding in a manner that prevents full participation from federal personnel is not recommended for stock assessment reviews because their involvement is so critical to providing technical expertise and generating the high quality scientific advice that is needed to make informed management decisions. So with this in mind, I wanted to encourage rapporteurs to explicitly note when the absence of the stock assessment team or other federal participants limits our discussion or our review of the material. Clearly documenting these limitations will help ensure transparency and provide important context for interpreting the results of this assessment. Also, I'm going to do my best to present the work of the stat, but I was not directly involved in those efforts, and I officially took on the role of chairing this meeting when we made the decision to shift things on Friday. So along those lines, I would appreciate it if the review panel and advisors interjected when I inadvertently say something that's incorrect, or if I present information that's incomplete, lacking context, what have you. This is really going to be a team effort. I will do what I can to help get us through the material and move us along. But I appreciate any assistance you all can offer. Okay. And then a reminder about update assessments. So these are the assessments where we expect that there aren't a lot of outstanding modeling or data issues, and that we'll have pretty reliable results with the addition of new data. And these update assessments, as just a little bit of a reminder and some background, are generally restricted to the addition of new data and don't have the ability per our tour to make huge modeling changes to the structure, things like that. And so the Widow rockfish assessment adhered to all of the tour that we have for update assessments, but we had some unexpected results that led us here today to the supplemental review. And we wanted to provide the stat with a little bit more flexibility outside of the limits of an update to fully explore model structure and things like that. And so I just wanted to show you all here, this is fraction unfished from the, that's supposed to be 2015 benchmark, sorry. Then from the 2019 update, and then from the 2025 update. And I've highlighted in this orange box this part of the time series that is unexpected. So it's following a different trajectory, and we don't expect to see this in an update assessment when we're just adding new data. So this is why, again, we're here. And then before we get into the responses to requests, I just wanted to highlight the changes that were made for this new proposed base model. So these are changes from our groundfish subcommittee meeting back in August. And so that includes updating the historical catch reconstruction for Washington, simplifying the fleet structure. So the fleet structure back from the 2015 model had a number of different fleets that were separated, requiring individual estimates of selectivity and what have you. The model that they are putting forward is much simpler. The discards were estimated externally and then added to landings. The data weighting procedure was updated from McAllister Iannelli to the Francis method with a shift in the lambda specification. So this is all just kind of current best practices. There was a change in the selectivity block for the midwater trawl fleet. There was a length-based fecundity relationship that was added. So this is, again, a development since the 2015 benchmark. And then the recruitment bias, the period for the recruitment bias adjustment was shifted. And so we'll get into each of these in a little bit more detail, but I wanted to highlight these and the resulting figure that is the sensitivity analysis, which with each of these steps as they are compared to the August model that they put forward. That's a lot, but anything here before we move? I have two more slides just to summarize the proposed base model, and then maybe we can talk about whatever we need to before we get into requests. But the stat in their report identified that this model is stable. The parameter estimates are pretty good according to the jittering that they did. So basically, including other parameter estimates, ended up with similar or worse fits, showing that this model is a good fit. There was some evidence of retrospective patterns. So with the sequential removal of data, there were some notable changes, and this was mostly because there are older fish in the bottom trawl survey that were included in recent years. The prior for recruitment deviations and age data ended up increasing our estimate of natural mortality and on fish recruitment. This was due to some of the data weighting changes and the ages from the bottom trawl. Sorry, Andre, go for it.
Yeah, as a senior citizen, I was wondering if you could put up figure 3 just so we could look at this retrospective pattern in a bit more detail. I mean, there is an effect there, but I'm not as sure that they seem to have overstated the amount of retrospective bias relative to what we would normally be too concerned about.
Okay.
So I was wondering if you could, it looked to me, when I looked at all of these things, you know, there's up, down, down. But you know, it's not cod in New England or anything like that.
Okay,
I hear the sounds of Jeff experiencing a past life.
This is the figure you were wanting to see?
Yeah, could you make it a bit bigger? I'm just,
Yes.
my version is too small as well. But I think it's important that we go through. I mean, the thing with, there is a retrospective pattern, but it's in the big scheme of things, it doesn't look, you know, terribly severe. And I was wondering if other people disagreed with that.
I mean, even
when
comparing to well back where we spent a lot of time on some of this, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot there to me.
Yeah. But I mean, there is that turnaround, but it's like it turns around at the same place for all of the peels, if I read that correctly.
Yeah, Jeff Tingley.
So I don't disagree with what you've said, Andre. I think I've got two comments. One, it's slightly worrying that it's all most of the actions at that peak. And the other one is it's not in a helpful way for management in the sense that it's all the terminal year appears to be overestimated, certainly for the last few appeals. So suggesting that if there is an error, the position's being overestimated, which makes it slightly harder for managers.
Yeah, agree with that. I guess maybe this is almost a recommendation, but I would have found this, and this is my fault because I created some of these plots, but it would have been nice to have done a projection for all models to the end of the, you know, you can do a peel leaving out the data, but keeping the catches in, which they've done in other places. So I would have liked to have known where the 5-year peel ended up in the last year, if you know what I mean. Because you can't sort of draw, you can try to draw a line, but you might not be drawing the right line. So I think the evidence is out here. I agree with Jeff that the direction is sort of concerning because it does seem every time you add data, you get a slightly more pessimistic result. But just to know that definitely, I would have loved to have seen the projection go to 2025.
So the projection from 2020 is what you're saying, right? Like if you were to
you just run the model where you turn off, you know, don't estimate anything, but you include the catches in the forecast, which is, you know, something you can easily do. But I don't think you do it automatically in R for SS, which is what they would have used here. But I can't speak for the rest of the panel, but that would have been helpful to me to see where did the 2020 model say we should have been today if you just remove the catches.
Okay, Jason, that would fit into your section. You got that?
Yes.
Great. Anything else on this? For now, anyway?
No, this is beautiful.
Okay. All right. Do we have other hands? No, that was not right. Okay. And if I don't see your hand or a chat, if somebody else can help me and call on people or let me know that they're there, that would be great. Okay. Okay. Do we see the PowerPoint again? Verbally?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thanks. All right. So this, we're not going to go in detail, but I put it in the presentation just for reference. So these are some of the model results from the proposed base model. Essentially, yield increased by 3% compared to the August version, and the 2027 ACL increased by 13%. And this was because of these revised estimates of recent recruitment that we were kind of talking a little bit about just now. So that's what I have for kind of the overview of the proposed base model, and then we can move into requests and responses or talk about what Andre has to say.
I'm sure that's not going to be exciting. Could you go back one slide? So I think there's something here that we, probably for our report, we need to emphasize. No, not that.
One more.
One
This
up.
one?
Yeah, I mean, that age composition profile I thought was very useful to see and to emphasize in our report. And it goes to, I think, some of Jeff's comments about what the hell is going on here. And you can see how it, depending on how you weight the red line in that third panel, the age composition likelihood, how you weight that line changes where the minimum of the black line is going to be, because you can, of all the data sources, that's the one that is most impacted by M, which we sort of knew, but I thought this plot showed it really nicely.
Okay.
So the bottom trawl survey versus, in this case, the bottom trawl fishery, you can see that conflict. So if you change the weight on those two data sources, you would change where that function has its minimum, because you can see the blue line and the red line are essentially in conflict.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's for our report. I think that's if we don't reject the whole thing, I think that's an important figure, which I think helps for people to understand sort of how does this model do what it does.
Mm-hmm. So you're really wanting to just highlight the influence of the bottom trawl survey on the total likelihood. You're not. There's no request there.
No. I mean, it does mean that we when we look at the weighting, obviously we will give a fair amount of emphasis on it. But if you just look at the action is in that blue line, which is the bottom trawl fishery, versus the red line, which is the survey. And if you change the weights on the, like if you downweight red, you'd shift the black line to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what's happened between the old model and the new model.
Right.
Sort of stating the obvious, but I do that a lot.
Helpful. Jeff Tingley.
So I have a reporting question. We've got two different assessments here. We've got the assessment that was done initially, and then we've got this supplemental review. What are we actually supposed to be reviewing and writing the panel report on? And if we're reporting on different aspects of both of these assessments, how are we going to keep them so that we don't get confused and nobody else gets confused as to what we're writing about?
So I would say that our report really focuses on the supplemental materials that we're looking at, and that we can use the August report for context if we need a little bit more detail. But in the stats report, they refer to that model and the changes from that model. So all of the sensitivities are comparing to that versus like the last benchmark or whatever, I think, which was in the August review. So does that answer your question where we should really be focusing on the supplemental material, but if we need to refer to the other model, we say the August groundfish subcommittee?
Yeah,
I don't know.
fine. That's
Andre?
clear. We should state that in the report as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. And I think figure 1 is extremely helpful because it sort of brings together how they got to this model, but it also brings together a lot of the stuff in the supplemental material. Except maybe the description of the fishery, which is standalone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there anything else that we want to talk about now before moving into responses to requests? And we can always circle back on anything.
So just a comment about the change in trajectory between the 2019 and 2025. I think this sharp decline based on the error that was found and corrected seems completely appropriate. I don't find that surprising in any way.
No. So emphasizing that point, the correction of the date error from the 2019 update and its role in the shift in trajectory is what you're saying, just to make sure we highlight that.
Yeah, I don't, you know, it wasn't unexpected if you given what they that small amount of data, what they were doing in the 2015 and 2019 model. I think fixing that, I would have expected a shift in this direction. No idea about scale, but certainly that's the appropriate direction to move.
Andre?
I had something to say and then I've decided I forgot it, so I'll take it down. That's what happens when you go gray.
Okay, let us know if it comes back.
Sorry, who are you again? I do remember. Sorry. I was looking at a different piece of paper. And that is as we go through the, this is unusual request, but as we go through the requests for changes, Jeff sent through a whole bunch of questions, and maybe it would be a good time if he can identify that at a particular time, maybe to talk about some of those. If something crops up that relates to those, I haven't had a chance to read those in detail because I only got them this morning. But maybe that would be, rather than have a sort of parallel session, if it's an obvious place, can we perhaps try and deal with that there?
Yes,
and I've got to take a call. I had a protester in my class yesterday, well, semi-protester. So I'm talking to security and counseling and people like that. So, oh, they've gone. Okay, I didn't answer the phone. I probably should have. Ignore that.
Yeah, so Jeff Lackey, I was thinking that, and I'm in the same situation as Andre, only being able to see your questions this morning. But I think that we can and should get to each of these as we are getting through the responses to the requests that you're referring to. But would you feel comfortable if your question is not answered or at any point in that time to bring those up?
Sure.
Okay. Shall we dig in then? Okay. So here's where I'm going to lean on my fellow reviewers. I tried to, for each of these requests, just pull out the highlights, but I'm sure there's some level of detail that I've left out on one or more of these, so please chime in as we go through. I think there were 14 requests. A handful of them towards the end were considered lower priority, but the stat did respond to those and they did some additional work. So we'll get into that. Those were part of request 9, where the stat was given flexibility to explore whatever else they thought was worthwhile. Request 1 was to remove, combine, and downweight the composition data from fixed gear. And the rationale was that hook and line and other fixed gear represented a small fraction of the landings, but had a relatively large influence on the results. And so this is a sensitivity that the stat put together that does that. And they basically remove the hook and line and net composition data from the model and compare that to the version that they presented in August, and found a minor effect on the actual trajectory and an 11% decrease in the 2027 ACL. And this is the opportunity for anybody to discuss something that's of interest for this particular request. Andre.
Sorry, trying to keep up with you. Do you know, I saw that 11%, and I was trying to work out how you got that from the trajectory, because do you have I don't see sort of what changed in terms, obviously the biomass is different, but it doesn't look to me like an 11% change in biomass. So do you know if M changed or anything, one of those nasty little parameters that turn into FMSY proxies? Do you have a sense of that? It would have been nice to be able to say, show me the report file, but we can't do that for this run. Can you see what I'm saying? Is like the change in biomass is not enough to, so something else must have changed. It's possible you're now below the target level, but I think that's highly unlikely. So you shouldn't be below the kink, if you know what I mean. So I'm trying to get a sense for what it is that changed. Because if they just said it didn't change very much, I would have gone, fine, we can move to the next one. But 11% change in ACL is non-trivial.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Do we have another hand?
Yeah, this is Marlene. I just wanted clarification, Andre. So there's a set of model files that was provided for sort of the new proposed base model. But what are you saying that like some of these things are products that are showing like intermediate things, right? Where you might not be able to tell exactly. So I'm just curious because we have 2 sets of model files right now. There's one with the new proposed base model and one from the August subcommittee base model. And so just clarifying what is it you would
I'm
like
just
to
doing, yeah, so I'm just doing due diligence to make sure I understand what makes this model do what it does to the extent that that's humanly possible. And my sense of reading a lot of Jeff's comments are very similar, which is, why did this happen? Does it make sense? Can we pin down things? Now, often you can't pin everything down. That's the nature of a very complex model. But, while this did exactly, firstly, we don't have the model files for this particular change. I mean, in principle, we could try and assemble it, but that's asking a lot and we'll probably get it wrong. But I'm just trying to understand, when I see a change, does it fit with my expectations and what I know of these models? And this was a bigger change in the ACL than I was expecting, given the change in the biomass trajectory. So there's just we don't have the files for all the responses. Well, I don't have them. I couldn't find them on the drive.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the supplemental review report, so not the responses to requests. And on table 1, I only see the estimates for the 2027 ACL for the different kind of major components that they outlined, and not this one, like you're saying, Andre. So this might be a point at which we would flag the limitations that we have without the stats.
Yeah, I don't think, again, given where we end up, I don't think that it's critical, but I would have liked to have known, just because it helps me to understand sort of what are the levers that change things and what are being changed.
Jason?
Yeah, thanks, Cheryl. I mean, this truly is I'm guessing, not even I think. The hook and line fleet had a lot of issues in terms of it just had an oversized impact on a lot of things in the old model, in the 2025 model. So this didn't really shock me that much. I mean, I certainly agree with Andre that 11% change in your OFL, that's a pretty large change for something that seems minor. But I think part of it was just that the hook and line fleet itself seemed to have a really large, impact on everything you did with it.
And that's why I'm saying I'm quite happy with what they've done. There's just one little niggle that I would have liked a little. If they'd been in front of me, they would have been able to open up a report file and in 2 seconds show me, oh, Andre, you idiot, it's XXX, and I would have gone, oh, of course, yes. It's just a small change in one thing, but a big change in a key output. So something to flag that it'd be nice to know in some way, but yeah, as I say, it's more of interest to try to understand. And I certainly agree with the direction they took on this one, as Jason said.
So
Okay.
I have a comment on this as well. I think Andre's right. I think it would be good to understand this simply because this is the start of it. Also, looking at how changing the composition weighting works later, when you downweight the composition, it's generally resulted in an increase in biomass, not a decrease. And this was just one of the components of the things that were changed in this. But I'm not sure that's meaningful given that this was a very small amount of data. So I'm looking for inconsistencies, and that's a possibly a minor one, but it's something to bear in mind.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do we want to move on to request 2? Anything else on this one? All right. Okay. So the second request from the Groundfish Subcommittee was to apply the changes from the 2025 update. Again, this is the August model, so thanks, Jeff, for we need to figure out how to make that clear in our reporting. But apply the changes that were made in the August model to the discard data from the 2019 update to help and improve our understanding about the relative influence of that error on estimates of stock status. So here is the plot that the stat produced. So the August model is in blue, and then there's the 2019 model with a few different configurations. So forecast with changes from the 2025 model, hook and line adjusted with forecast, and then there was a including the 2025 estimate of natural mortality. And so their response included a discussion about how the hook and line catches were less than 0.5% of the overall, and adding the discards to the catches ended up decreasing the OFLs, increasing using the new estimate of natural mortality further decreased the OFLs, but ended up with similar results as the base model. Go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, I mean, I found this to be one of the most important figures for me, in the sense that for me, and maybe I've misunderstood things because that happens, the yellow line is essentially what we would have done in 2019 if we had adjusted those hook and line data correctly. So it's sort of the 2019 assessment adjusted. And I find it really interesting to see how similar, ignoring the M thing, which is a red herring, I think at this point, it's a red line as well. But when you look at spawning biomass, the blue line and the yellow line, they're virtually within the sort of error that you get in assessments on top of each other. So, you know, I found this to be really interesting, that it changed where the turn occurred when you change the hook and line data, if you compare the green line, which is the 2019, going from green to yellow is the catch is the same going forward, but it's just that data change. It really changes the perception of when this thing turned around or would have turned around, as you can see from the green curve. So I think this is a very useful analysis, very informative.
Andre, I'd like to ask you a question for my own edification, but if this error, this data error, wasn't part of the 2019 update assessment, would it have been likely that it would have gone to supplemental review then? Based on the result?
That's an interesting question. I think the question is, where's the 2015 trajectory in this plot? I would have thought the 2015 trajectory, well, firstly, it falls before it stops in 2015, right? So it's sort of halfway up go to 2015, and it's sort of, well, this is in depletion, so that's the next figure, sorry.
Yeah.
So if you take that top figure and add it to the figure at the page unnumbered, I hate page unnumbered. But I don't think in 2015 we had anything to say about turnarounds, whereas the 2019 we were still going up, and that changed. So I'm not sure we would have really been able to say that what we saw in 2019 now is unexpected, because it would have been the same until it would have been the same until 2015, I think.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Because that's our definition of consistency. It's not if you're going up, you keep going up forever, but do you get the same output for the same years? Whereas if you compare the green and the blue, clearly the blue turns around before 2019. And that's where the inconsistency comes in. That's how I read it anyway.
Yeah,
So
that's helpful.
2015, they were all going up nicely, and the models still say they were going up. It's what happens after 2018 or something like that. I find this is what we sort of knew, but it's very informative. So had we done the 2019 assessment with the hook and line data, we would have essentially got an assessment. We would probably not have rejected this assessment because it was consistent. The blue and yellow look really consistent to me.
Albie?
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to kind of agree with everything that has been said, and I have two comments, I think, on top of what Andrea said. One, looking at the green line, so a 2019 model that doesn't know anything about the wrong treatment of the hook and line, still, when you project that with what ended up being the actual removals, we still have a turning point, right? It's later, but things start going down eventually, and in that model as well. And the second thing is that I was kind of curious to know what Andrea meant about the 2025 M being a red herring. I think I understand, but I guess that one comment that I do have still is that when a 2019 model that is missing 5 or 6 years of data compared to 2025 is still taking us basically in the same place, really, as the blue. So the red line and the blue line, in other words, end up in the same spot, right? Once we fix this issue with the hook and line data, and once we plug in the M value that is estimated in 2025, which at this point I presume was done for males and females both, and I can look at the model files because well, not really, because that's not the model that we have, but I presume that that's the case. So I think that, yeah, the yellow line is the most informative run there, but I did like the progression that the stat did here, because I kind of found this, and I don't want to jump the gun, but the following figure with the 2015 model, I found these two to be kind of like the most informative bit of how this model has changed, really.
Andre.
Yeah, can I just explain what I was meaning about the M run being a bit of a red herring? The M that they're putting in is a function of the model structure. So you could do this, obviously they did it, but it's not really a thing because the 2025 M is a function of all the other assumptions you make. So if you'd made different assumptions, you wouldn't have the 2025 M, and in fact, that's what the supplemental model says anyway. So it's interesting, but it's sort of doing it's not like God gave us M. If that was the case, we could have done this. But this M is a function of the other assumptions. So I don't put as much emphasis on it. Whereas the yellow line is essentially what we would have got, and so that is a much more informative outcome for me. But Jeff's going to correct me.
Sure, Jeff.
No, I'm not. I was going to move on way for this. I find the given the uncertainty in M, I'm slightly nervous about estimating M in these models because it jumps around all over the place. So I think we need to be careful with what we do with them when we get into that bit, which we're not there yet. But I would have been much happier to see for the comparison some of these parameters being fixed so we could see what the data were doing. At the moment, it's, if you're looking at that red line, you've no idea what's driving that. It's a combination of all sorts of things. So we can't tease out the detail.
Jeff Lackey.
Yeah, so this issue kind of highlights two things that industry often say when they start trying to understand stock assessments, and those two things are the complexity of explanation. Sometimes it's really hard to get in and understand, okay, without jargon that we don't necessarily know, could this be explained similar to what Andre said earlier? Why is this change? What is that data changing? What variables that affects this change? It gets really difficult to understand, and we think there should be able to be a plain English explanation that we could understand. And the second thing is sensitivity of the models. We see things that we see a slight data change and we see a model that gets extremely sensitive, whether it's natural mortality or otherwise, something like hook and line data that just really gives you a completely different model. And it just kind of, one, it's hard to understand what we're talking about, and two, just the sensitivity to something small that gives you a completely different impression of the stock. We're into the second request, and I'm already just really don't know what I'm looking at. And I've read through the reports and I've tried to understand, but I still don't understand it.
So Jeff, I think one of the main take homes from the conversation that's happening right now about request 2 is that shift from the green line to the yellow line. So the green line represents the estimates from the 2019 update assessment, but that update assessment had a pretty substantial error in the data. And so by fixing that error and that being really the only change, that's why you see that difference between the green and the yellow. And so it seems to me like that's one of the major take homes. There's also this conversation of natural mortality that gets you to the red. And I think we'll dig into that a little bit more. But if there's anything others, Jeff or Andre, would like to reiterate or explain a little bit better. But that's the main takeaway that I see from this.
So I'm just to try and help, given Jeff's request. Basically, my interpretation of what Andre said is something that I completely agree with. If the model in 2019 had the ongoing catches that went into the 2025 model, you get the green line. So there's nothing inconsistent with that, with the model as it was presented in 2019. It just continued to rise and then turn over. When the hook and line adjustment was made, that gives you the yellow line, and that's the key. And as the point that Andre made is that they're virtually identical right up until that yellow line starts going flat in about 2017, 2018. So there's no real difference until you get to that point. So that's the takeaway message from this slide. All the other stuff is superfluous.
So I understand all that, what the lines represent. It feels a little bit like the model's a black box, and like, how does hook and line data make that big of a change? What changes? What changes that could be explained in something that somebody who doesn't understand the jargon would understand? And I don't want to get too bogged down on this because there's lots of other responses, but it's hard to understand why this change took place.
It's a really good question, Jeff, and I think the answer is I can't answer it, because essentially you'd have to go in and look very carefully at what those data were and how they were influencing the model. It's a lot of additional exploration of what goes on in the model. So I don't think we have the information here to answer that question. Andre may have a different view.
Yeah, and Jeff, I just want to say, like, I wrote down that exact same question in my notes. Like, we see that error had a considerable impact. Why is still the question. Let's go to Whitney, and then if Andre has something to add.
Thanks, Cheryl. I'm appreciating this discussion. I put in my notes, I recently, over the last week, also reread the original base model that was submitted for the September meeting. And I did note a sentence or two that linked the issue of the nearshore catches in the 2019 model, and suggested that removing that from the hook and line fleet resulted in lower estimates of recruitment in the 2010s. And I'm obviously not the stat and I'm not an expert, but I did have that as a note, and I don't know if that is, if others know more than that, and if that's still relevant to this new proposed model, but just in case it's helpful for getting somewhat of an answer, thought I'd put that out there.
Thanks, Whitney. Andre?
Yeah, we don't have all the information that we need, and I think it's fair to say that, these are complicated models. I don't want to get into too much jargon, but the nature of these models makes it harder to pin down a specific reason for anything. And that's because using multiple data sources, and each data source tells you about a different thing. But I think Whitney's probably got it spot on. Without seeing the results, it looks to me like the difference between the green line and the blue line was correcting those data probably reduced the size of some recruitments in the 2010s. So recruitments that we thought were large actually weren't as large as we thought. And the catches that we set were catches based on the green line, not on the blue line. So essentially, you did the right thing on the wrong model result. And as a result, you had somewhat poorer recruitment, and then you took more catch than you would have taken had you known what we know today, which of course, that's life. And as a result, it sort of took it from the green line to the blue line. So you didn't go up as far, and because you didn't go up as far, you took more than you were expecting. And I think that would explain it. That isn't guaranteed to be it, but it's probably a good guess. The difficulty is there are a lot of parameters in these models, some of which will be influenced by these data, most of which won't. And so, you know, there is a certain amount of, you just can't disentangle some of these things because of the complexity of the data that go into these models. Simple data models, very easy to do. But we've got at least 5 or 6 different fleets here, and each fleet's got different data. So they're interacting in ways that, you know, even those of us who've been doing this for a very long time, you know, it's not really possible to uniquely pin down in many cases. Sometimes you can, many cases, exactly why something happens. It's just not, you know, that's not scientifically possible.
Can I just add to that, Andre, in that is one of the huge benefits of being able to have the back and forth with the stat and be able to have, like, one of the unique things about our star panel process is that we see something like this, and then we reviewers will make a request to try to understand exactly why that is. So then it's requesting some other little tweak to see what the effect is, because there are so many different moving components. We spent a lot of time on that on some of the star panels this summer, is trying to figure out exactly what's going on. We see this effect because of this change, but exactly why that is really only informed to our best ability by this kind of additional tweaking and seeing doing this other thing, what the impact is. And so the back and forth between reviewers and the stock assessment team is hugely beneficial in trying to understand why something like this is happening. Jeff? Kingley?
Yeah. So my reading of the earlier 2025 assessment was precisely as Whitney described. There's actually text in there that says that the change to the hook and line data led to a reduction in the estimates of recruitment over a period in the 2010s, I think was the phraseology. So that explains, so that loss of recruitment or reduction in understanding of the recruitment accounts for the drop in the biomass that we see here and in the status. What I don't know is why tinkering with such a small amount of data made such a big difference to our understanding of recruitment, which is, I think, the question which Jeff Lackey was asking. So I don't know that, and I'm not sure we're going to get to the bottom of that in this meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna push us forward. Again, we can always revisit any of these later on in discussion. But let's move to request 3. So this one involves reweighting the composition data using the Francis methods. So this is, again, a shift in kind of our current best practices from using this McAllister-Iannelli method to this Francis method of data weighting. And then the request included a profile on natural mortality. And so here is the response in terms of spawning biomass from the stats. And so basically in some of the text, and someone else can clarify this if it's of interest, is that it was essentially the same approach, but it was a different way of specifying the data weighting because of some changes in stock synthesis, the platform that's used to configure these models. And then there was something that the stat noticed, is that there's this lambda parameter. And so using a 0.5, which essentially halves things, is now considered, it's not very common and it's not part of our current practices. And so there was a change in the data weighting and in this lambda parameter. And they did find that among the changes, the data weighting method was of the more influential. So again, in blue, we have the August base model that was reviewed by the Groundfish Subcommittee. Then we have the change in spawning biomass that would take place from using the Francis weighting method, but still that same lambda. That's in green, and then using the McAllister-Iannelli weighting, which was the original used in the August model, using a lambda of 1, that's in yellow, and then the Francis weighting plus the lambda equal to 1, which is current best practices, in red. and the likelihood profiles are on the right. How did I do, team? Is that accurate? You find any issues with that explanation? Go for it, Albie.
No, it was great. Thanks. The only thing that maybe I will highlight, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that, like you said, some of the choices in the original August model, let's say, so the McAllister Yanelli and the lambda equals 0.5, were kind of due to the fact that by terms of reference, those could not be changed. And so the model had been done at a time where, that may have been best practice, but that stat could not update those decisions. Whereas now with the supplemental review, that kind of removed that red tape, at least, to some extent or conceptually. So there was just kind of like one clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Albie. And I'm curious from the group if there is an interest in including in the report. We have an opportunity to say what are some recommendations for assessments more broadly, and perhaps if there is such an outdated weighting procedure, for example, then we may not recommend an update, and we may actually use that as a basis for a benchmark. Anyway, Andre, I don't know if you had something different.
Yeah, there were two things, one of which you just said, which is I think we should recommend to the SSC that adopting best practices for weighting methods, hopefully you won't change them again in a hurry, it should be part of the terms of reference allowable for an update assessment, because this is the easiest one we've almost got to deal with, apart from maybe the fecundity thing, which is there's no doubt that France's weighting lambda equals 1 is the correct thing to do. The whole 0.5 thing, when I remember it, was set up in the days where we fixed the weight parameters. We didn't even tune them. So the 0.5 goes back to, many years ago, and even before we did McAllister and Yanelli tuning. So this is one where I think we should say that if best practice changes for weighting, you can do it in an update assessment, because I think this hasn't helped us, that we were stuck with this. And secondly, France's weighting lambda equals 1 is absolutely the one that we use anywhere and everywhere, even in New Zealand apparently.
So, Andre, you would not use this as a basis for a benchmark. You would increase the flexibility for an update to allow for this change.
Oh yeah, I think essentially what this really is almost a mistake. We just wouldn't do this anymore. And so if we're allowed to correct errors in data, we should be allowed to correct errors in methods. And I think this is, while certainly some people would still use McAllister and Yanelli weighting, I think that this is as close to a sort of technical mistake as you can, but they were not allowed to change it. So I think that should be opened.
Okay. Jeff Tingley.
So I would disagree with what Andre's just said. If you do allow this to be changed at an update, then they should do both, so you can compare clearly the impact. The other thing that's worth stating is that even Francis is not the Francis methodology is it's not a recipe that you actually have to follow without question. So there are some assessments in New Zealand where the Francis method still apparently gives too much weight to the composition data, and ad hoc reductions beyond that do occur. So it's not this needs to be handled carefully in terms of how the guidance is written. It's not a methodology you just apply without any further thought. You need to look at the impact that it's having on the model fit, particularly to the abundance indices. Simply because if you overweight the composition data, you're taking the power away from the abundance indices, which is where it should lie for setting the biomass estimate.
So, Jeff, do you think that basically it's a modification of Andre's statement to say if there have been changes in data weighting procedures, that the stat should evaluate, like maybe it's a sensitivity for different methods rather than explicitly stating it's the Francis method. But do you agree with the point that an update assessment should be able to make some of those changes?
I do agree with that, and I think the initial point I said was you make the change, but you do a sensitivity showing what would have occurred had you not made the change, just so that people can understand what's going on.
And with the highlighting of looking at the model fit to indices.
Well, I think as you change, that's quite a big change in weighting, and understanding how that affects the fits to the abundance indices is important. But that's again, it's not you have to use some brain power in that. Some abundance indices are really good quality and very reliable and should be heavily weighted. Others are much flakier, and forcing them to be very tightly fit is not a good idea. And you actually have to think about that in that context, and that's not something we can do here.
Great, thank you. Chris Free.
Thanks, Cheryl. So I don't know that I disagree with this conversation about whether or not changes to correcting sort of out of date methods from the terms of reference should be included in update assessments. But I did just want to flag that could lead to sort of changes in perceptions of scale with the update assessment. So sort of like introduce that more chance of that happening. And I know we've been having a lot of conversations recently about how that's something we kind of want to avoid in the update assessments. So I just wanted to highlight that, and maybe that means like a really significant methodological change that can exert a lot of influence. Maybe that is grounds for considering a benchmark assessment, like Cheryl was saying, versus like smaller changes to move towards the accepted practices might be allowed for an update assessment.
Right. So the
do you not have?
Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry. Do you not have a process of seeking authorization to make these changes? Because wasn't that what was done for the hook and line data? The stat were given permission to make that change from somewhere.
Well, basically because we are now doing the supplemental review.
No, the earlier one, the change that was done in the
August
of the 2025 assessment. When that change to the hook and line was made, there's something in the text that says there was consultation with the SSC or the groundfish subcommittee to make, and they were given permission to make that change. So it wasn't just they made the change and presented the results. They asked whether they could make the change. So you've got some sort of process in place to make rational decisions about what changes you do and don't make, and can still do within an update.
You can make corrections to data.
Okay.
So that's I don't know, I can't remember the text, but in general, if you find a mistake in the data, you can change that. That's part of the terms of reference already. So you don't need to live with mistakes forever, but where we're trying to draw the line is, where you're making judgments, avoid changing your judgment until you've been able to do a fuller analysis. A couple of things. One, the terms of reference really clearly do state that if you make a change, you need a bridging analysis. So if you change the weighting, you would need to do a bridging analysis. A second point is, and you may have different experiences, but my experience is moving from McAllister, Iannelli to Francis. You almost always fit the indices better because 9 times out of 10, Francis weighting reduces the weight on the comp data, and that was the case here. If you look at table 2 in the new data, but the third thing that I'd like to emphasize, and I think this sort of goes to Chris's point, is if we saw a figure like the one we see in front of us, yes, you're allowed to change it, is what I'm saying. But if you saw a big change in the results, that would probably send you off to the same place we are now. which is, yes, you can make the change, but if the results aren't consistent with the previous assessment, then yeah, that's why we have this process. So you can change it, but if it makes a difference, then you can end up back at supplementary review. If that makes
Okay, Chris, did you have something else on this?
No, that's it. That's basically the point I wanted to make. And yeah, just didn't know if ending back up at supplemental review is something we wanted to try to avoid or not.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do we want to try to tackle request 4 before break or go to break? Anyone have a strong opinion? No strong opinion.
Let's do 4 because it didn't actually do anything.
Okay. We'll feel more accomplished. Request 4. Evaluate alternative selectivity curves for the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey Index. And this is basically to, again, update to current practices since the 2015 assessment that used a spline. This approach is not really used all that much anymore. And so here we have spawning biomass for the different selectivity curves. So taking the 2025 model that used that older spline method, that's shown in the little, there's like a little, can you see my mouse if I do this? Anybody? Can you see that?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so this little hump is what we're talking about from that spline approach. And so comparing that to the asymptotic, so this is here, domed, and then I can't actually remember what this minus 999 means. Anybody?
It just forces it to be asymptotic.
Okay, so dome shaped, but forced.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can see for all of these three, there's not huge differences. There was little effect on model results, and the double normal approach ended up with a worse fit to the composition data, which is in theory shown here. But basically different selectivity curves moving away from the spline didn't have that much of an effect here on spawning biomass.
So I have just a comment at this point.
Mhm.
So the figures we're being given are sometimes spawning biomass and sometimes stock status. And just because you only get a small change in spawning biomass makes it hard to interpret what's happening in status. So I think it would have been more helpful to have both, or at least consistent.
Yeah.
Jeff, there's a table at the bottom that I had the same issue and got grumpy and then realized that they report final depletion in the little table at the bottom of request 4.
Yes. Yeah.
And there is a bigger impact on depletion than on biomass, and I don't quite understand. You got to squint, but they're still comparatively it's not a big effect. But the depletion trajectory isn't given, but the depletion itself is.
Yeah, still easy to interpret in a plot. But I take your point. Yes, I had spotted that.
I will say, when given the choice, I copied and pasted fraction unfished. So if there's an interest in me sharing, if there is spawning biomass and I'm not showing it, or vice versa, let me know and we can pull that up. Okay, any discussion on this?
No, sorry, Cheryl, it wasn't a comment about what's in your presentation. It was a comment about what was in the response document.
Yes, yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, if they both were there, I picked fraction unfished for the presentation just to simplify things. But yeah, I see that that's not here. Albie?
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. I mean, no real, deep insight here. The only thing that I will comment on is that spline, so the original selectivity, it really looks weird. to me. But you know, the effect is basically there's basically no effect really. So meaning if we were doing a benchmark from scratch at this point, we would probably keep maybe option, I don't know, any of the other three really, because they will do the same thing, like pick the one that is the most parsimonious. I know that the likelihood changes slightly. It seems like it almost kind of seems like the spline claims to be the best option in that sense, but that's not a really significant change. So I don't know, nothing deep to say there. I did not like that spline to begin with. I still don't like it now, but it doesn't really seem to have an effect, to me at least, anything significant on even on the fits to the composition data. So yeah, and let
Noted,
alone the fit to the survey index. It's basically identical.
Yeah, Jeff.
So I appreciate Andre pushing just to look at this before the break. I don't think we need to spend any more time on this. It doesn't make any difference. As Alberto has just said, even the slight downgrading fits to the composition data, it's still very good for these sorts of stock assessments. So I'm not fussed by that at all. I think we can just ignore this. Nothing to be seen here.
Great. Okay, so we can take break. Do we want to go till 3?
We're probably not going quite as fast as you were expecting. We might do 2:45.
Okay, that works for me. Okay, so Marlene, could you put a slide up for us coming back at 2:45? Okay, thanks, folks. See you in a few. Okay, it is 2:45. Can I get verbal confirmation from reviewers and advisors if they're back?
Back.
Yep, I'm back.
Okay,
Back.
Jason,
Yes.
Jeff, Whitney,
Yeah,
Jeff
back.
Black, Chris.
Yeah, Whitney's back.
Beautiful. Andre? Okay, I think he's the only one I'm missing. Albie? Oh, UW time.
For what it's worth, Cheryl, I see 2:44 on my clock. Now it's
Okay,
2:45.
Whitney. It is now 2:46 on my computer. Jeff loves this side of me. Hang me.
Nothing like being organised.
Albie? Not yet. Okay. We'll wait another minute or two. Wasn't a full 15 minutes either, so.
I only just made it back anyway. So quite tricky making sort of coffee in 15 minutes.
Maybe I'll open a conversion for you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Well, it's official. Andre doesn't get to decide our return time next time.
Well, maybe he was just suggesting that for everybody else, but not himself.
Ah, that would make sense. I'm going to give him another minute or so. We have such a skeleton crew. I would rather not proceed without them.
So in that case, I'd just like to say that having those questions from Jeff in advance of the meeting was really helpful. I thought they picked out a number of the real questions and were well expressed. It's good to have something in writing beforehand. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Jeff. It actually made me dig into detail on a couple things that I realized I hadn't, so it's helpful for me.
Nice of you to join, Andre.
You're muted. Still muted.
I've got to make a rather important call. I've got disability accommodation services. Hopefully it'll be 2 minutes.
Okay.
But I'm listening, even though I'm on a call.
Right, self and brain. Okay. Albie, are you back?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, we will continue and follow up with Andre if he has anything important to say about request 5 while he's half here. Oh no. Okay, great. I didn't skip it. Okay, I need to share. Okay, can you see presentation again?
It's not
yes.
full screen.
Oh,
We can see your whole desktop.
okay, let me try again. Oh, how about now?
Yeah, that's good.
Sweet, thank you. Okay, on to request. This was to explore an alternative start to the bias adjustment ramp used for recruitment deviations. Basically, in the 2019 assessment, and from my memory, I can't remember, I don't know if this extended to the 2015 benchmark, but 1971 was used as the start year for recruitment deviations in the bias ramp, but this was between two pretty strong recruitment years. So the request was to kind of not do that essentially, and the stat shifted the start of the bias adjustment ramp to 1970 to not split up those two strong recruitment years, and found small differences in estimated recruitment, a slight improvement to model fit, and some increases in spawning biomass and the ACL. And so what you have here are the age 0 recruits from the August version of this model and the proposed model that we're evaluating now, which I'm calling the October 2025 model. And I'll open this up for discussion if anybody wants to talk about this. It seems fairly straightforward, but
So I'm happy to start. I think there's clearly been a slight elevation in recruitment between the two, certainly for recent years. Not huge, but definitely up, and also an increase in uncertainty. So that explains the increase in SSB and ACL. That makes sense.
okay. Anybody else? Okay, we'll call this one easy unless Andre brings us back. Okay.
Andre agrees, whatever it was.
Great, thanks, Andre. This basically, do you have any issues with this particular response to the request of shifting the bias adjustment?
No, I thought it made sense, and it's pretty minor anyway, but it does make sense.
Okay. All right. Request number 6. This one is to sequentially remove survey indices and composition data to try to understand the relative influence of these different data sources on model results, including estimates of M. So the stat response was that the inclusion or exclusion of the age data from the bottom 12 survey had the greatest effect, and its sequential removal ended up increasing natural mortality and unfished recruitment. And so I highlighted those in yellow so that you can work backwards from the base, which would include, if I've got this right, all of those data, and then removing them. Sorry, we're in the top part of the table here. So removing the West Coast bottom 12 survey ages from each year, you can see there's an increase in unfished recruitment and an increase in natural mortality for both sexes. And that the midwater trawl age data wasn't influential, didn't really explain changes in status. Oof. And then I have a comment about large increases in OFL, but which that was referring to? Is that bottom trawl ages, yeah? Anybody?
Yeah, you can see that in the last row of the table. It goes from
Oh, here.
4,345 up to 775.
Great, thank you. I should have
Yeah,
highlighted.
it's actually the survey.
Say again, Jeff?
It's the survey.
Survey, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think what he meant to say was it shouldn't say WCBF index, it should say age.
Oh, here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apologies. This is what you get when I'm doing this over Sunday and a holiday.
So I found this quite surprising.
Okay, we've got hands from Chris Free and Jeff Lackey. Looks like Jeff was first.
So I've got a question basically for clarification from my understanding. When it says removing trawl age data, does that mean you're basically down weighting that data, or does it mean that the difference between pre-2019 data and post-2019 post-2019 data was so great that it had that big of an impact on the mortality and therefore the OFLs?
So this is the full removal of those data in that particular year. Actually, I'm not sure what this, if anybody else wants to clarify. So like 2024 as an example, that's including data up until 2024. No, that's
No,
excluding
it's
2024.
removing 2024 data from the assessment, then 23 is 23 and 24. 22
Right.
is 22, 23, 24. So it's by the time you get to 2019, you've removed all the age data collected after the 2019 assessment, but including everything else.
Yes, great. Thanks for that, Andre.
So that I understand, but what does that actually mean? Does that mean that if you were to only use age data, let's say if age data hadn't changed that much in those years on the table compared to the previous years, would you not have the change in natural mortality then? Like, has natural mortality changed that much because the age data changed that much since the last update assessment?
Yes. What it's saying, my interpretation is that the key, and we saw, I try to highlight that in that likelihood profile figure where there was a red line that went down as you got closer to low values. So one way to interpret this is as you've added more data, those data have consistently said that natural mortality is lower every time you add more data, and it's without seeing the fits, it's hard to say exactly why. But you can also look at a table 2 pages before where if you remove all the age data, you can see what happens. Which table is that? I wish they'd numbered the stupid pages. Second page of request 6, the top table, if you remove all the age data, the M goes up to 0.167. So you can see that that's a continual, it reinforces what we saw earlier, which is the survey age data really are pointing in that direction, and it's not just up to 2019. It gets it's even stronger. So look at the 0.167. I think it's row 6, column second last. Don't know if you can highlight that, Cheryl.
Here.
Yep. So that is getting rid of all the age data, and then this one is showing that it from eliminating all the data to eliminating 2019 onwards is 167 to 151. So it's not just the recent age data. It's the whole age data that goes into the survey data. So
Yes,
just going
you.
to 2019, it would have been lower.
Yeah, it's actually, you go to 2019 and that's the lion's share of it. It gets you closer to that. Now, if you go all the way, all the data that I came up with, if you go from OFL 4532, you remove the trawl survey data, you go to 7875, that's a 74% increase. So that's pretty big, but thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, so 78 to 74 was just the data that were in the 2019 assessment already.
Thanks.
Okay. Sorry, Chris was next, I think.
Yep, I just wanted to say that I found this request really helpful. I think it really illustrates how we got from the natural mortality and the scale and the OFLs in the 2019 assessment to the natural mortality and the scale and the OFLs of the current assessment. And I think another figure in the response that's really helpful for seeing what's going on here is at the bottom of page 26. So it's under B, opposing trends in midwater trawl fishery and bottom trawl survey age compositions. And you can really see how the survey is seeing a much larger proportion of older fish, while the midwater trawl fishery is seeing larger proportions of younger fish.
Is it this
So
figure?
yep, that figure. Yeah. So anyways, I just found this analysis to be really helpful in understanding what's going on.
Okay, Tingley.
Yeah, I find this interesting and concerning because it's only coming from this one survey. So the other surveys are not showing this, but I'm not sure I've got any data over this time period. But that distribution map of where the catches are made is important. What I don't have a feel for is the where the bulk of the fish are. I've got the impression that the bulk of the fish are where the fishery is, so that having lots more older fish in the survey from other areas is probably overstating the importance of those older fish in the model.
Okay, Jason.
So what I mean is, if that is the case, if the survey is picking up lots of old fish in the areas where there aren't many fish, that might mean that the estimation of M is being overly influenced by the survey ages.
Okay, Jason.
Yeah. Points sort of along these lines that I wanted to make was that this assessment we allowed this assessment to estimate M internally. Had we pre-specified M based upon the maximum age, like we would do in some of the other rockfish assessments, we would have an M that's even lower than what we have here, because the females live out into at least the mid-50s, and males make it to about 50 or so, 49, 50.
So if I'm right, in a quick calculation, that would be 0.108. Okay. I don't know, Andre. This thing is not showing me them in order.
Okay, I'll have a go. Firstly, I think this is where we do need to spend quite a lot of time when we get there. I think I know the answer to this question, but it'd be good to make sure for those people who perhaps have seen this and I missed it. My understanding, Jeff, is that the estimator of average age is based on a stratified, design-based estimator. Certainly the abundance indices come from, geostatistics, but my understanding is the way they have generally calculated the age data is age data by stratum, weighted by stratum biomass. So in theory, what you're seeing at whatever that latitude is, 36 roughly, where there's a lot of age data, those ages should be weighted by the size of the stratum And I think there are 4 strata for age data, but I may be slightly wrong there. So you're right in the sense that if they get the weighting of the strata wrong, they're going to get a biased estimate of the age structure. But my understanding is that it's a stratified age-based estimator.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
But I may be wrong. That was what I remember. But then, you know my hair color. But
Right.
this is what I would have loved to have been able to do would be to run an assessment where they cut the data down in the survey to the strata that are essentially covered by the fishery and see how the plots on the right-hand side change. So in other words, it goes to your point, Jeff, I think, which is to my mind really the critical point, is if you had only collected age data from where the fishery operates, would those age data look like the age data that you get for the bottom trawl, for the midwater and bottom trawl? That would have been the test I would have liked to have done, because I'm suspecting the answer is the survey is still seeing different things in the fishery, just looking at the range of ages, but I'm not completely sure. In other words, are those 40 pluses primarily coming from the south? But when I look at the north, I see 40, I see some 40s in there, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting that the old animals seem to be just north of where the fishery is operating. But let's come back to this, because I think this figure is super helpful and probably is what Jeff really needs to get. Well, we all need to get our heads around, but I think this relates to several of his questions.
Okay, we still have a hand from Albie, and I'm going to go back to the actual request we're on, unless you take us back to that plot. Albie.
Thanks. Hang on. This is showing request 5.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, kind of like related to this discussion. One thing that has me a little confused, and this is not the table that you have here with the year-by-year peels, but it's the first table on page 14. So basically, when you remove the whole data series, right? So
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay,
Your response, if you're referring to one of the documents, could you indicate whether or not it's the response document or I don't know what we call the other
for
one.
sure. It is the response document, and it is page 14 of the PDF file.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll wait for you to pull it up, but basically, so what you have here is the far right of the table is the base, and then each column is what happens when you're removing one data source. And I understand that when we remove the bottom trawl survey data, then the estimate of M goes down, and that's kind of what we've been talking about. And there is the biggest change to, for example, the OFL estimates in the last row of that column, right? So it's if you remove the West Coast groundfish bottom trawl survey, that's the 7,800 estimates, right? But so I kind of get that. What I don't quite get is when you remove the mid-water trawl age data. So that is the second biggest change. And I was kind of expecting that to go the opposite direction, just by virtue of what we've been talking about, of the conflict between these two data sources. But it seems to me like if you look at the estimates of M, they're very close. You have female M that is estimated to be slightly higher than the base model, but yet you have that 7,000 tons in the OFL estimates in the last row. So I was kind of wondering if others on the call had some insight as to what's going on here, that you have two data sources that should be at odds in terms of age data, and yet removing either of them has essentially the same effect on the estimate of product. Well, not the same, but a similar effect on the estimate of productivity out of this model. And that kind of like caught me a little bit off guard, I guess.
Jeff?
Yeah, good point. I'm looking at the table on page 15 of the responses. So this is request 6, and it's 1, 2, 3. It's the 4th table in there. That's it.
Oh, that was
So
it.
this
Okay.
that was it. Yeah. So this is the results for removing 1 year at a time midwater trawl age data. And if you look at the bottom row, you've got RFL catch for 2027, and they're all, they're shifting, but they're not shifting very much, and they're not shifting up to the 7,000 tonnes we just seen. So I don't really understand what's going on. There appears to be a mismatch between this table and the one we've just been looking at.
Yeah, so here they state at the top, they say that it's not the sequential removal, but it's rather the full-time series. So this part here, that is important. Okay, I can't do it. And so what's going on prior to 2019, I think is a question. Because you don't see that reflected in that OFL we saw with the full removal, right?
Yeah, but why?
Right, sure.
The answer isn't in the back of the book, but I can tell you what it is.
Okay.
It's the table 2 up. I think it's the age table, of course. And when you look at that, the trick was to look at the likelihood profiles. Midwater trawl doesn't really change the M values. Have a look at the M's between the base and the midwater trawl. You'll see the M's haven't changed, but what has changed is current biomass. So what this does, for reasons that we could see if we had a profile on R0, which we probably do, but I can't really see it in the likelihood profile. Essentially what's happened when you get rid of the midwater trawl, it's changing the total biomass, it's scaling up total biomass. So look at the difference. It's 66 versus 55 for the no bottom trawl and only 46 for the base. So the effect is, the reason that the OFL goes up is essentially you're almost doubling the biomass. So you're not changing the productivity, you're just changing what you're multiplying by. But what I was a little surprised about was when I look at the log R0 profiles in the other document, getting that right for Cheryl, I'm not seeing that
Wait,
the
but where?
midwater trawl. Oh, this is page 14 of the other document.
Okay. Make sure we're all following along. Go for it.
Yeah, so I was expecting to see in that bottom panel, and maybe I do, that the bottom, I guess I do, the bottom trawl, sorry, not the bottom trawl, the midwater trawl, which is the one we're talking about, doesn't seem to suggest that it wants higher log R0, which is what we see in that other table. So I would have thought that if you put more weight on the midwater trawl, you would have ended up with, wait a moment, this is the wrong way around, lower log R0, but you don't see any of that in that figure. So I was a bit mystified by that, but it's essentially a scaling thing, Jeff. You essentially you haven't changed the productivity, but you've changed the total biomass. Does that help?
Yes, kind of. It still leaves me with this unpleasant feeling about ages influencing biomass estimation.
Well, it's ages influencing the slope of the right-hand limb of the catch curve.
It is, but this is only a relatively small proportion of the age data that's available to the model, and it's having a very big impact.
Yeah.
It's over, it's taking over the driving that should be coming from the indices.
Well, remember what we're doing here, this midwater trawl thing that we were talking about is removing the midwater trawl. So the midwater trawl essentially is saying that the biomass isn't as big as you would get if you left it out. That's what that table does. It's not including, it's removal table.
Yeah. No, I get that.
So what it's saying is the midwater trawl is saying that the biomass is smaller than you would expect. Right? Because removing it, the biomass went up. So the effect of the trawl must be to keep it down.
Yes.
And all I can guess is when we look at those plots that we just looked at, where it's pretty clear there's some the ages in the midwater trawl are younger than perhaps you would have expected, and maybe that's what's pulling it down. That when you put those young ages in, it says, well, there should be some old fish here because we haven't been fishing this thing for a while. We haven't seen it, so presumably the biomass is smaller. That's my first order guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, it's one of those. I mean, the problem is the more sensitivity tests to do, the more you get questions. But you know, that would be my interpretation. And the reason that goes the other way with the groundfish survey is that when you think about it, if you don't have old animals, you can invoke F. But if you've got lots of or relatively number of old animals, you can't invoke negative F. Right? So the reason then it says the only reason I've got old animals is M must be larger, basically. So M didn't change in this run, but essentially F must have. Whereas in the other run, you know, F didn't change, but M changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pity we don't have the ability to ask the stat to show those plots, because we could have actually gone beyond speculation.
Well, I think this is one of the things that Cheryl asked for. I think this is one of the areas where having the stat present would have been very, very helpful, and not having them is very, very unhelpful.
Yeah, I mean, just a plot of B and F would have helped to explain what's going on. But yeah, you have to look at these tables really carefully. Jeff reminds us, I was just about to do that.
So this would be the full report from August.
This was the original assessment.
Okay. Trying to get to it.
Yeah, I think figure 12 is what you want to look at.
Thanks.
So you can see that the ages haven't increased in the midwater trawl fishery. If I read that correctly. I think that's what
it's worse than that, Andre. There's been a shift downwards.
Yep.
In 2020 in both the midwater trawl and the hake fishery. So that looks like there's been a big recruitment coming in, and there's lots of smaller fish coming into the fishery.
Well, and then you do see that the ages start to increase over the last few years. For both of
they do.
But it's very different. If you look at the figure 11, for the same period of time, there's a lot more older fish.
Yeah, in the
But
bottom
still,
trawl.
at least there's some sort
So-
of comparability
So
with like, go ahead.
I have a question here about the operational of these different gear types. So my understanding is the midwater trawl and the hake trawl are operating in midwater, and the older fish are being seen in the bottom fisheries, both here in the bottom trawl and also in the bottom groundfish survey.
That's something one of our advisors would like to weigh in on.
I can.
Great.
So I'm not a fisherman, just for a disclaimer. I manage 2 trawl vessels. I've been on the Gap for a long time. I talk to a lot of fishermen. There's something that a lot of fishermen talk about. They talk about resident fish. And they talk about if you fish an area you hadn't fished for a while, you may catch the old resident fish that have been there for 20 years. One boat that I manage made, I don't know if they made 20 midwater trips targeting whiting this year. And I go on the computer and I'll look at their track lines from Newport, Oregon, and they did only 2 things the entire time. They would go straight out to one of two seamounts past the shelf, straight off of Central Oregon, fish for one night and come right back because fishing was good. And so that's why when you see that figure that was referenced on page 26, that the fish are being caught primarily in 2 places off of Oregon. Well, that's straight off of where the ports are that are doing most of the processing. And so you see the older fish with the bottom trawl, where they may go to different places and they're not so much targeting widow. They happen to catch them, but for the most part, they're not targeting. And so even though widow is over an expanse of the West Coast, the midwater is targeting two spots where they all seem to come. But they may have gotten the resident fish. If you look at figure 12, when they first started fishing again from 2016 to 2020, it's possible. I mean, the fishermen talk about it's a theory that you catch the resident fish and then you may have new ones move in. But if you look at figures 11, 12, and 13 for bottom trawl, midwater, and hake, there's something that's really interesting to me throughout from 1979 when the time series starts all the way to now. You get a dominant year class that's dominant for about 5 years, and then another younger class becomes the dominant class for 5 years. It's not a perfect pattern, but it really shows up. And so anyway, that's why it's possible that you're seeing what you're seeing with the difference between bottom trawl and midwater trawl.
Jeff, did you raise your hand for another reason, or it was this?
No, that was mainly it. I was going to point out that what I thought that figures 11 through 13 they give you some information on the age data, and I think there's a natural cycle in what you're seeing, the up and down as you get new dominant age classes, and then what you're seeing in recent years, you still have that up cycle, but you don't have the really older fish in the midwater fishery, or even so much the hake fishery too, which is interesting. But maybe that's because you caught the resident fish and you're just basically staying on 2 primary spots because the fish, as the young adult fish, just seem to gravitate there. For what we don't know the movements, but that's what seems to happen.
Thank you, Jeff. Andre?
Yeah, I mean, this is a tricky one. It almost goes to a point Jeff Kingley made earlier, which is sometimes wading is a little bit of a art form than perhaps a science. And the more I hear from Jeff, the more my confidence in the fishery age data sort of disappears, because what you want is you want a fishery, dare I say, the trawl fishery is almost the sort of the ideal, where you aren't targeting particular areas and aggregations, you're behaving rather like a survey. And whereas the hake, was the midwater fishery, which I at least have some better understanding of, is targeting particular areas and particular times. And so the question is, are you getting, and this was explored in the sensitivity analyses, I guess, but are you getting a non-representative sample of the population rather than that part of the population available to the fishery? So, is there, I would have liked to have got a little bit more from the stat on that. So, it gives you information on what the fishery does. Does it give you information on what the fish do? And going to Jeff's point, when you account for sort of qualitative weighting, you might say something like, well, this is great data, but if it's not representative of the population, maybe this shouldn't be given as much weight as even the Francis weighting would suggest.
Perfect segue to Tingley.
Okay, so I've got two things now. Firstly, thanks to Jeff for the explanation. That's really, really helpful. So question one is, do we know anything about the biology and behavior of the older fish, in the sense that do they tend to stay on the bottom and are so subject to being caught by the bottom trawl fishery, but they're not up in these midwater aggregations that the midwater trawlers are taking in quite the same way? Because that would explain what we're seeing in the data, but I don't know if that's true. The second question comes back to what I was raising earlier and Andre's just picked up on, and that's to do with the relative importance of some of the composition data within the assessment. And I'd say that given the patterns we're seeing here in the age, the same is going to be true of the length data. There's an awful lot of length data in this model, which I was going to raise at a later point, but I'm raising it now because you have the same implication of younger fish and therefore smaller lengths coming from some fleets as opposed to other fleets. But I think there is I now have a significant concern about how the composition data is behaving within the model.
But Andre.
Yeah, I've just been looking at the R for SS output, and I found the, could I share it instead of asking you to upload things? Because I think I'm not smart enough to tell you what I'm looking at.
I think you can.
Okay, how do I do that? Sorry, I don't use this.
Oh, maybe not. You don't have a crown. Marlene, can he have a crown?
A crown.
Yeah, so well, sometimes there's two Andres. I'm gonna.
Yeah, the one that says you, I think.
Just making sure. Do you see a blue share button now? I'm gonna I'll give both of you.
I do indeed, yes.
Okay.
So what I'm doing here is following up on Jeff's comment about what do we know about particularly the midwater fishery. So those plots were great from Jeff Lackey, but this is the mean length. And if you can see my mouse, let's see if I can blow. Oh, that was rather too good. You can see this quite marked decline in mean length, which that isn't actually consistent with good recruitment. That's something else. So there is a recruitment signal, but the mean length goes down over the last N years here, which if you interpret that within the context of selectivity, would imply, higher F. And I'm going to go quickly to the age data, which I had found before I try to be smart. So here's the age data, and when you look at the mean age of the midwater trawl, that's the hake. There's the midwater gone. Sorry, I had it a second ago, and then there it is. What would you make of that one? So yeah, that's a very strong effect of either there's, the two interpretations of this. One is you've had continuous good recruitment, and the other is you've got continuous fairly high F because the mean age has dropped pretty dramatically. So that's, the nice thing about this is this summarizes what the age data are giving you. I don't know if that helps anybody, but there it is.
Do you have a plot access to the plots for the survey?
I don't think so because they use conditional age at length data. Oh, I've got them. Yeah. This is I've got the closest equivalent. So this is the mean age of the entire age length comp. So if you think about it, it's like it's the equivalent of mean age in the age length key. So it's not accounting for length frequency because that's not how it's fit. The fit isn't stunning. But you can see that at the end of the time series, unlike the mid-water here, you can see much higher, the intervals here are plus minus, so it's not helpful. But this is you can see these higher average ages at the end compared to anything you've seen since the 2000s. But this is the age length key. So, I think they randomly select for lengths for ages. But if there's any sampling, that's biased towards length classes, this is going to be a little misleading. But this is the closest I think I can get. Just trying to see if there's anything better. Those don't help me. And there's no ghost comps in this assessment, unfortunately. I don't believe. No. So here's the summary. There's length comps for the survey, so I can show you the lengths if that would help you, Jeff.
Yeah, it might do.
Sorry, Cheryl.
It's the comparison between the survey and the mid-water trawl.
Help me, bottom trawl. Where is it?
I'm curious while you're looking for that. The poor fit to the bottom trawl survey ages in the later portion, like basically the model wants to bring those ages down, and is that a result of the data weighting?
I think it's just that the model probably can't push the mean age up that far.
I see.
So here's the lengths. Not quite as exciting.
Well, I'm I'm struggling to understand how you can get such a major shift in age and virtually nothing in length.
It doesn't fit the ages very well. It can't push it up far enough. Let me go back. I'm not qualified for this. I didn't do the online training. I don't think it can get back up that far. I mean, the survey, obviously these aren't distributions, they're plus minus standard errors, but, to get back to 15 as a mean age, you've got to have a bloody low end. That's a technical term.
So what Jeff was pointing out, I think, is that like if you were to use just a simple linear regression here, you would see this general increase in mean age through time, yet no change in length.
Well, remember, some of these fish will be close to asymptotic length.
If you go to the figure that you said is not useful, the complex,
which one is not useful?
The von Bertalanffy fits. Yep, those out there. And you can see that in that they're at asymptotic length for, the last 15, 20 years of their life. Particularly males.
So you wouldn't expect a change in length. I think I can get a better one over here. There you go. So once they hit 10, they're close to asymptotic length.
Okay, How do we bring this back?
Sorry, you're in charge. I'm not.
No, no, no. I was not going to ignore
Albie's got his hand up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Can I just add one thing about the bad, well, the not great fit to the bottom troll age data? Sorry, I think there is a product of the new weighting scheme, in the sense that you remove the 0.5 lambda on the fishery composition data. And so the net result, if I understood correctly at least, is that you have a weaker pull from the bottom troll data now. So that basically deteriorates the fit to that age comp, is what I understood. You know, I mean, basically, I think they kind of explain why the last few years of those ages are not really well fit by the model.
Yeah, there's definitely conflict in the data.
Yeah, I had identified the tension between the compositional data versus as an area of future research.
Yeah, Cheryl, the one nice thing, sorry, why am I getting weird Bring Central emails? The one thing we should think about is we do have access to the input files for the final model. So some of these things we might be able to do sensitivity to. Or I guess I might be able to do sensitivity to.
I almost corrected you, but didn't want to go that far.
Yeah, no, I've always wanted to be stat junior. But yeah, so I mean, we could explore. I mean, obviously we can't change the data, but we can certainly change a few, specifications, and it should be. I don't know how long this model takes to run, but I think I'm competent enough to do that.
Okay, well, how about towards the end of today, which is in like an hour, we think about a couple things that might be relatively simple but informative?
Yep.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna.
But I think we're heading in the right direction here. This is the areas that there's clearly we need to understand what's going on.
Yeah. Okay, so
And
maybe.
then we get the really exciting one, catch reconstruction. Come on, let's do it.
All right. Request 7, update the historical catch reconstructions for Washington. This is an improvement in the data, better accounts for recreational catches. The catch reconstruction, the stat noted, does not divide into this list of different gear types. And so because of that, they used the same proportions from the as those that were used in the 2015 assessment and didn't see any effect. And then adding the recreational catches from 2002 to 2023 didn't have an effect. So yeah, you can see on the left-hand side, I did not label these that great, but basically it's showing the original and then the updated version, but what's top versus bottom? Just different numbers and bottom?
Non-troll. What was the top versus bottom?
Top is
Total
troll,
and,
bottom's non-troll.
Okay.
Top is troll, bottom is non-troll.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, thank you. It's in the legend. Okay.
But it doesn't matter.
The only difference is in that peak in the non-troll, and it's a really, really minor difference, and it's not really surprising. It doesn't have any impact.
Right.
But we did get 3 or 4 pages of results.
Yeah. I think we can ignore this.
Yeah. What are the factors and fish? You can't even differentiate the lines. Okay. Request number 8, conduct a 10-year retrospective using the different weighting methods that we've talked about already. So this should improve our understanding about the relative effect of these changes on stock status. And so here we show a plot of female natural mortality with each year that is peeled back from 0 is the August 25. I don't know, going back to the 2015 benchmark. And so basically recent data have pretty good impact on estimate of natural mortality.
Yep. Which we knew.
Okay, shall I just keep going?
So I have a question.
Mhm.
This is showing a significant shift in M over time. Do we believe that M is actually changing like this, or is this just our interpretation on it, given the age of the fish that we're seeing?
Oh, this is inevitably adding more old ages to the assessment.
Right. So what we're saying is that the earlier estimation of M was wrong.
They're
Right.
all wrong, but they were wronger in the past.
Thank you for the clarification.
I dedicate today's session to box.
What does that mean?
All models are wrong, some models are useful.
Oh, thank you.
But so
And just to say, Jeff's put some comments in the chat that I think are quite informative.
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So we did the figures one. So fishermen admit that they don't know exactly why some areas remain so productive year after year, but theory is older resident fish were caught from 2017 to 2020. And since that time, it is younger adults moving in, while older fish on the rest of the coast aren't getting fished and showing up more in the bottom trawl survey. With more 20 plus age fish in 2025, because trawl was most likely kicked on shelf in 2000, especially for those targeting widow.
Yeah, again, what this is saying, what Jeff is saying, is really emphasizing the difficulty of interpreting the fishery data, because if they're old fish that are not on the fishing grounds, by definition, you won't catch them.
Jeff Lackey, is there anything else you would like to say to your comment?
Yeah, I meant to say kicked off the shelf in the year 2000. So that's why you're seeing these fish. They're allowed to grow up. You don't have dozens of bottom trawl boats up and down the coast on the shelf like you did pre-2000. And so that's why when you do a bottom trawl survey and you go everywhere the fishery doesn't go, well, you catch some older fish. That's at least that would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And all the fish we're catching now are probably the younger adults, even though it looks like they've gotten older the past 4 years, but they're all still filleable size. Otherwise, you wouldn't get paid as much and you'd go somewhere else to find the fish that are big enough to give you a fillet. So they're a little bit younger adult, but they're still good. They're still, the size is just fine for the fish plant. So.
So what I'm hearing is that folks don't necessarily distrust these older ages that are in the bottom trawl and in the survey. Coming from you too, Jeff Lackey.
Yes. More when we get to request 9, the question is I'm going to have is it doesn't look like it's all that many more old fish. It's a handful, but that's a different discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeff Tingley.
Just a simple question about aging. How easy are these to age? Is the aging really reliable, or do we have some concerns about it?
I'm trying to remember whether these have been validated, partially validated.
Okay, we'll send a text.
That would be a good
With a
thing
biologist when you need one.
Yeah, it'll be a good thing to clarify, because if we're gonna go into this in detail and rely on it in advice, then we need to be sure of our ground.
Oh, I'd have to look at the 2019 assessment for that, I think. Albie, do you remember any discussion of whether they've used the bomb radiocarbon method for these guys? They may
No,
be too
I'm
young-lived, actually.
I'm trying to read through the report, but I can't find the method. I can go and look if it's on the 2019
I
report,
would
if
look at
there's
the
anything about it.
2019, if anything, and it may be
Yeah.
these guys are too young for that method to really work, because most of the animals, when those bombs went off, are probably long dead. But there should be something in the 2019 report on the age validation.
Well, actually, the 2019 report is an update report as well,
15
isn't it?
then, yeah,
So
yeah.
the 2015 probably is more likely.
Yeah, no,
I'll
that's
have a look.
right. The answer, Jeff, it's probably no better than Orange Ruffy. No, maybe it is. It's probably better than Orange
Oh,
Ruffy.
hopefully it is.
But I mean, when you look at some of those plots, and again, you've got to be careful. It does look like, as Jeff Lackey said, looks like there's cohorts that you're tracking. Now, what happens at age 40? Not so sure about that. But you know, it looked like to me, at least there was some cohorts in some of those plots, which is my Andre's way to work out whether you can your aging is totally useless if you can't see cohorts. Probably not a good sign.
So I'm looking at the 2015 report, and in research and data needs, it says there is considerable amount of error in the age data and potential for bias. So that's not helping us.
Yeah, I mean, the assessment does have the age reading error matrices that we commonly calculate. So those are the between age reader variances, but it doesn't, of course, pick up aging bias unless you've got known aged animals.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember, well, don't need to remember, I can just look, I can tell you what the age reading error matrix looks like. Where is it? Widow.dat is what I'm looking for. Lots of catches. That, I mean, once you get to age about 20, you're talking plus minus 2.
Yeah.
For the standard error. So I'm looking at the DAT file. So the aging error, you know, it's within half a year until about age 10, and then it starts to accelerate pretty quickly after that. That's the between age reading. And there is bias. There is some bias in some of the age reading errors. I don't know if you've, can I show that? Does anyone want to see those age reading error matrices?
Yeah. They're in table 20 in the 2015 assessment report.
They may have been updated for this assessment. I don't know.
Well,
but I can.
At age 20, they're very similar to what you just said.
Okay, then it probably hasn't been updated. Yeah, 2.1 and 2.5. And there's the second age reading protocol has got a little bit of bias, but not a huge amount.
I have been told that they haven't been validated, but they're not difficult to read.
Unless they're 40 years old, in which case you're getting, according to this, plus minus 13 years.
Sure. But for the vast majority, I would imagine.
Yeah. I think that may be an extrapolation well outside the range of the validation for age reading. I mean, sorry, for the multi-age readers.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so future research, just a little bit better understanding or age validation or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, how would you do age validation for these guys, given we generally we generally don't have any known aged animals, other than following cohorts. I mean, it's a good recommendation, but I'm just not sure how we get there from here.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Request 9. Explore other sensitivities deemed worthwhile by the stat. So this is the opportunity for the stock assessment team to bring in pretty much anything else they thought was worthwhile for us to take a look at after doing some additional work, having some more flexibility to make changes with the model. And so the first, I think there's 3 of these for request 9, is a simplification of the fleet structure. So I mentioned this at the start, where the 2015 model had a bunch of different, Jeff? No. Okay. Had a bunch of different individual fleets, basically what they did. So this is showing kind of all of the different fleets here, including discard fleets. And what they did was some grouping, and then even more, it seems like it was like a 2-stage grouping exercise where they ended up with these particular fisheries that was didn't have a whole lot of an effect, but simplified the model, required fewer parameter estimates in terms of selectivity and what have you. It's the discard compositions that were separated out. Basically, there were just so few of them, and they had a disproportionate influence on recruitment, so it made sense to group them. And so then here is how they did it. So they took the net and the hook and line fleets and called that the non-trawl. The midwater trawl discards, they use the same selectivity as the landings, and then the bottom trawl discards where the selectivity was informed by length. And in this plot here, fraction unfished, we have the August model in blue, the non-trawl fleet, which is the grouping of the net and hook and line, in green, midwater discards as a separate fleet, and then the bottom trawl discards as a separate fleet. And it didn't have all that much of an impact on the model results, and so that's what led them to kind of even this more broad grouping. Hopefully I got that right. Okay. Part B is, I think, where Jeff Lackey is interested in spending a little bit of time. And so this is where the stat talks about these opposing trends and age compositions from the midwater trawl fishery and the bottom trawl fishery. So we've seen this plot where here is the bottom trawl fishery and the new age data from the 2025 assessment, and then the midwater trawl fishery with the new data over here. So both of those are outlined in red, showing the relatively older ages in the bottom trawl survey compared to the midwater trawl fishery. And then here are the distributions of samples and ages by, and catch by year and location. So Jeff Lackey, I'd like to start with you if you're interested, if this is the right part.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to make sure I was seeing this right. In the under stat response, it has those 2 bar graphs where it shows the one on the left, proportion of old widow rockfish in the bottom trawl survey. And the light green is the age 15 to 19-year-old fish. And that doesn't change all that much compared to pre-2019, maybe a little. The biggest change seems to be in the age 20 and older fish. And it goes from pre-2019 being a little less than, being less than 0.1%, if I'm reading the y-axis correctly. And then it goes to being a little above 0.2%, 2019 to 2024. And I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. That's really not that many fish, if I'm understanding the numbers correctly. And if we were to go back to the pages, we don't have to go back there, but in response 6 and on the pages, PDF pages 14 and 16 had those tables we were looking at. that shows such a change in the OFL if you like remove the bottom trawl survey age data. And I'm kind of looking at this chart and I'm just thinking, is it about 0.2% of a few older fish showing up in the trawl survey causing such a change in natural mortality that's driving the estimates down to where we have, if we didn't have that being driven down by that 0.2%, we'd have 70% increase in OFLs above the draft model. Am I understanding that correctly? Because it seems like a very small change in age 20, number of age 20 and older fish is having a massive impact. Am I understanding all that correctly?
Andre, you have a hand up. Is that because you would like to respond?
Oops. I think I think what I was going to say, these are proportions, not percentages. So it's gone from, if you just take the 20 pluses, it's gone from an average of what looks like 8% to 16%. So if you to understand the figure, you've got to multiply the y-axis by 100. So what it's saying in that big bar on the bottom left, it's saying that in 2023, half the catch was 15 and older.
Mm-hmm. And then of that, half of the catch, then you see it broken
was
down.
20 plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was wondering about that y-axis, but if you look at figure 20 in the draft assessment, it shows number at age observed from all data for female and male widow rockfish. And you get to age 20 and there's very little fish. And if I were to look at age 20 and above in the bottom trawl survey, by that it would show 50%. And that doesn't jive.
Is this what you were looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
That figure there, if you look at how many age 20 and up your fish there are, that's very, very little compared to most of the fish are all from age 4 to, well,
you've got to read this very carefully. There's a whole lot of things going on here. As I understand this figure, that's all the data. So that, the plot that you're seeing that we were seeing is firstly, it's by year. So you've got to understand the sample size that they collected by year. While, and 20 plus would be almost nothing before, it's very small before 2019. So if we saw the plot that you talked about, Jeff, but separated before and after 2019, I think that might be more helpful to interpret what's going on. But can you see my point is that there's a whole lot of data that are in the plot on figure 20 that are not in the histograms. So 20 plus would be the second shading.
Right. So the issue is that we're seeing this increase in the proportion of older ages in recent years, but the other figure we were looking at is all years, all areas combined, and so you can't really signal.
Yeah, and I'm not completely sure that the figures would be plotting exactly the same thing anyway. It just depends on what number at age observed means, because I'm not completely sure how they weight those data, but that's just a technical term. But it's a technical issue. But I think one has to be a little careful doing that comparison. But I agree, it does look like quite a small fraction compared to, what the total population is.
Is there anywhere that there's the raw data that
I've sort of got the raw data in the data files. I think I do. It's going to be messy to reconstruct though. That's the problem is that this is, I don't know how, well, yeah, when I look at the data file, I've certainly got what looks like the data, but it's not in the format that you've got there, Jeff.
Okay.
In principle, I could reconstruct, I think, that figure, if that was what you guys wanted me to do. We've got it by year, and we've got it by size, so I can aggregate back to age. Yeah. Yeah, the other thing, can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Cheryl, just to show some complexities of this data set. Did you just throw me off? No.
No, I just unshared.
No, I got too many screens open. I don't know if you can see this, but what this is the data file, and this, for example, that is 2003, which isn't actually on the figure. But you can see in that year, they've only got 10 animals. 2004, which is the first the first bar in the figure that we got, this is the data. So you can see the sample sizes are quite different between years. So the difficulty with that figure, Jeff, is that they're adding up over multiple years, and the years have got different numbers of animals. So you know, if you really wanted to get at what you were after, you sort of have to give each year roughly equal weight. I mean, I can create something because I've got, this is obviously the data, but you can see some year, look at the sample sizes here, 1, 2, 3, 2. These are length classes, by the way. But once we get here, which year are we talking? 2015, yeah, 2016. You can see the numbers are much higher. So that figure that you're seeing is not really reflective of those bar charts that we were seeing, because they're plotting, they've got different sample sizes, because they just collected more otoliths in these years. And then right at the end, they actually got a lot of otoliths. So here's 2024. And in fact, they got a lot of old fish in 2024 in the survey. I don't know if that helps anybody, but that's the data.
There's a visual representation in figure 5 of the draft assessment.
Let's have a look for that. Yeah, there should be. Yeah, that's exactly right. But again, those aren't in the histogram. The plot you showed us in figure 20 is much easier to understand than this thing. But you're right. This is the data I was showing you.
Jeff Tingley.
Okay, so back to Andre. I think for me that supports the idea that looking at that aggregate figure is potentially misleading because of the different weights across years. So one needs to be careful with that. The other thing, Cheryl, can you reshare your screen, please?
Yeah, the presentation or the document?
Yeah, the one you had up before Andre came on.
This one?
Well, Andre messed it all up. Yeah, I know.
No, it's fine. So I'm looking at these two panels on the right for the bottom survey and the midwater survey, and these are old fish only. So these are only the fish which are greater than 15. So I think these are actually quite informative. I think it would be useful to develop one of these for each of the fleets, so we can see which fleets are behaving differently in terms of catches. I'd also like to know what's happening with the younger fish. So I think doing an equivalent plot of fish less than 15 would also be useful, particularly because that midwater trawl fishery, the proportion of older fish is going down very steeply. it must be being replaced by younger fish, and it would be helpful to know how that's coming in, whether it's just a recruitment-driven thing or not. That was one point.
Sorry, Jeff,
The
before
other
you,
So,
point
Jeff-
is,
sorry.
Yeah,
When you
I mean,
know
sorry.
you'd like to see this for each of the fleets, do you mean each of these?
I can only do it for the fleets in the new model.
Okay, so it's probably
yeah,
these.
fine.
Well, I guess if
So
I
there's
could
only-
find the old files, I could do it for the old fleets, but I think it makes
Well-
more sense to use the fleets where we're asked to review,
So-
which would be bottom trawl, midwater, hake.
Oh, and
So
So,
this isn't just for us. This is for other people to look at as well, in terms of making decisions. Because you're going to discuss this again at GFSC or SSC at some point,
Yeah.
I'm guessing. So if we can see some stuff Thursday, Friday, that would be great. So the other point I wanted to make here is there in the bottom trawl survey older fish, there's been a massive jump in older fish between pre-2019 and post-2019, and it's you know, I don't know, 3 or 4 times in some places. So it's more than double. So it's not insignificant, and there's quite a lot of very old fish in there. So if you look in 2023, 5% are 35 and older.
30 plus.
30 plus. So actually more, it's more, is it more? So
Is it 35? I can't see. Yeah.
whatever. The point being that looking at that aging table, these could be subject to quite big errors. So that suddenly becomes important if you're relying on a relatively small number of older ages to have a big influence on the model. You have to be bloody confident that aging is good. And I'm not sure I got that message from that table that we looked at.
Yeah, Jeff, don't forget when we fit the model, we do smoosh the predictions.
Yeah.
We don't smoosh the data. But yeah, I mean the aging error is taken into account when you do the calculation of the proportions. When you fit to these comps. So
Yeah.
it is not fitting. I mean, and of course 40 is the plus group, so that does funny things as well, because the plus group
Of
is
course.
everything more than 40.
Yeah, but it's, you know, if people are if there is bias in that misreading, and they're misreading the older fish older than they are, that's going to mislead the model.
Yeah, I mean, we
So
could
I
do a
think-
run
I
where
think-
we put in a bias and see how bad that bias, because of course the bias will feed back in time as well. But
Yes.
one could
But
do
I think-
that.
But clearly, this is an issue for some future work as well, to actually have a much closer look at that.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, I would have loved to have been able to do a run where we restrict the age data to where the fishery is and see what that would look like. You know, would the left hand side become the right hand side?
Isn't there already a run that does that? Isn't there one where the survey gets
Is
dropped
there?
out?
I don't remember.
A run where the survey gets dropped, is that what you said, Jeff?
Yeah.
No, half the survey.
Half.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, it would have been nice to have it, but that would have been, because when you look at where the age data are, it's sort of like where the fishery isn't. Cheryl, we're bored. Let's keep moving.
I'm still just staring at these plots, trying to come up with a story that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the last part of request 9, where they looked at time varying selectivity in the midwater trawl fleet. So this was an attempt to try to better account for some changes in the fishery over time. And so I highlighted and color coded these based on how they were configured. And so the yellow was starting a time block in 1983 where trip limits were introduced, and then one in 2002 when the stock was declared overfished. In 2011 when the IFQ program was implemented, and then I left it off apparently. But what year is that? 2017? Maybe Jeff or Whitney can confirm that. That one stayed, and then they eventually got rid of the IFQ start for a time block because the trawl fishery hadn't really developed by that time. I think it's 2017. Anyway, that's the yellow one. The orange one is using kind of those same first 2 time blocks and then including a block every 2 years in the recent past. And then in the red, it's using those time blocks from the yellow and then just adding one for the 2 most recent years. And so I tried to indicate what some of the effects were on this. And so for the yellow version, there was no real change in the 2027 OFL. For the red, that included just a block for the last 2 years, there were some different things happening depending on which data you used. And so if you used data from 2020 to 2024, you have an OFL of around 4,000 metric tons. If you just use 2020 to 2022, it increases to about 5,000. And then just the last year of data, it drops to about 2,700. And then
But the biomass trajectory is remarkably constant. Is that correct?
over the last
Well, if you go to the figure at the end of 9, the plots on just before request 10, that's the biomass series for the 3 runs, and they look horribly similar. Am I just missing something?
Sorry, I'm trying to get there. So this?
Yeah. So the biomass is almost unchanged, but the OFL goes crazy. And I'm guessing that's some assumption about selectivity going forward. When you think about OFL is F times B, right? And B doesn't seem to have changed very much. So F must have changed. And I'm wondering why it went from, these big changes in OFL when the biomass isn't changing at all. And
So
they
it
don't really
depends
say
on
why.
it depends what time period of OFL you're looking at, Andre, to some extent. One of the earlier assessments in this round, and I'm trying to remember which one it was either chili pepper or sablefish. There was a time block right at the end of the time series that caused issues in projections and looking at their retrospective pattern. So having a time block right at the end is not necessarily very helpful.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. If you go to that paragraph just below that figure, you'll see that it says, when the forecast period is informed by selectivity, the 5 most recent years, that OFL is 4119. When its selectivity is the most 2 years, it drops 261. So what's happening here is FMSY is changing. So the assessment isn't changing, but how you do the forecast, how you calculate the optimum F is changing.
So
which is not surprising when you look at those plots.
Yeah.
So
But
I think that, sorry.
Sorry, I'm also slightly worried at the way some of these blocks have been defined. So if you've got a good reason for defining a block through, a management change or a change in behaviour of the fishery for one reason or another, that's fine. But I'm not entirely clear that that's what's been done in how these blocks have been changed. So
Yeah.
maybe we could get a comment from that from somebody else who knows a bit more about the fishery than I do.
Yeah, I was wondering about the last 2 years, the addition of the last 2 years in the red. What was the justification for that?
Yeah, I think this is data dredging.
Because of the older fish.
Yeah, you really shouldn't. I agree with Jeff completely. You shouldn't choose your selectivity pattern so that you get nice answers, which I suspect you're going to fit better with lots of those blocks at the end, purely because what it's going to say is, hey, there's lots of, the fish that we suddenly found was because selectivity changed, not because of anything else. And I think that's data dredging.
Yeah, I think one of the things I would like to see is a really, really clear process for defining why these blocks were chosen, and then you can make a rational decision about whether that's appropriate or not. And putting in extra blocks may improve your fit, may give you a answer you like, but it's not good practice.
Yeah, I agree. But at the end of the day, does it really matter if you go to that figure of biomass? It seems that no matter what you do, I mean, ignoring the F, because that's purely a function of the selectivity for the forecast, but that biomass trajectory really says that you can choose whatever you like, you're going to get the same answer.
Yeah, and that's all.
So while I agree that
good, but we should have a good justification, like Jeff said. We've been in this situation before where folks have said it doesn't really matter, but like we should still have the logic to back the decision.
Oh no, you need logic, but what I'm saying is, in the big scheme of things, this is not the biggest issue.
Sure.
No, it's not.
Hand for the second time.
Yeah, I mean, my sense of this though is that the recent blocks in the last few years were done by the stat as kind of a sensitivity analysis to kind of try and capture some of the recent years variability in the age structures. But what the and I don't want to skip there, but what the proposed updated model suggests is not, like it doesn't include any of those recent year blocks.
Yeah.
There's only the shift from the 2011 IFQ block to 2016, I believe, which is when the new, call it new trawl fishery starts for these stocks. But I think that was just exploration. I don't think they carried forward any of these recent selectivity blocks.
Thank you, Albie, for grounding us. With that, I will suggest we move on. Okay. Update descriptions to the fishery. So this was coming from industry. A lot had changed since 2015, and it's useful to identify those changes in the assessment to provide context and help with interpreting results and things like that. And so the stat did include a historical description of the fishery. I just put the points from the more recent time period. So the catches had steadily increased since 2011. This was primarily due to the development of the midwater trawl fleet, plus a little bit of hake bycatch. Distributions have shifted for the fishery to avoid bycatch, reduce catches of small fish, and minimize distances to processors. And then there was a reduction in the bottom trawl fleet because of some regulatory changes, fleet consolidation, and reduced ex-vessel value. So those descriptions were included in the modified assessment report that we got. Jeff Lackey, is there anything else you'd like to add for the group now?
There's nothing quantitative here to act on for the model, but it might be one of the most important slides or points, and that is if you look at what's going on in the fishery, if you go back to the second slide in the request 9 that shows mainly the 2 ports that are processing the fish is caught off of those 2 ports. a lot of fishermen think what's going on is you're fishing on a very narrow portion of the range of the stock, and it's holding up. Captain of our boat said the fishing's just as good now as it was in 2018. It's like they're, and you're seeing the older fish in the bottom trawl survey because you're not fishing most of the coast. Not only you're not fishing Southern Oregon South, but you're not fishing much of the shelf because you can't, there's closed areas, you can't afford the bycatch, you can't afford catching small fish. So you're pushed way out, or you're pushed into different areas where you can get good sized filletable fish without the bycatch. And the fishermen think that they're fishing on an overflow of the coastal stock. And so that's what they think's going on, and that it's held up, and that the model shows by the end of this biennium over a 40% cut in the coast-wide spawning biomass. And basically the fishermen think that from what they're seeing from what I just described, that model just doesn't jive with the way the fisheries, the way it's distributed geographically and isolated in a few areas and still holding up on CPE. So it's kind of I think that request 10 is kind of an important point to understand what's going on from the fisherman's perspective and what they see throughout the coast. So I know we're short for time, so that's basically it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jeff. And thank you for flagging this for this particular update assessment, because it isn't something that we have required as part of our terms of reference. And I flagged it for our process review, which will happen in the winter, because it does seem, especially if the last benchmark assessment was a decade or more prior to, it makes a whole lot of sense to include a description of changes in the fishery regulations, things like that, again, to provide that useful context. So thank you for flagging that for this group. Okay, so we're on to number 11. I think we have a couple more. So this one is to compare selectivity curves used in the 2025, 2019, and 2015 models to improve our understanding about how it's changed across the assessments. And so on the left is our 2015 benchmark. In the center is our 2019 update. And then on the right is the 2025 update that we're talking about now. And so you can see some of the differences in selectivity and some different time blocks that were used for each of these.
Exciting.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay, so press on.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Number 12, retune the pelagic juvenile survey index and limit the coefficient of variation to the value of sigma R. This is an update to be along the same lines as current practices, and it allows recruitment to be more influential in recent years. So from doing this, the stat found increase in the estimate of recruitment in 2023. There were some better fits to the observation, but still poor fits in the mid 2010s. So I think this kind of shows that. But you see this red line basically with the modification brings it up closer to the observation there. You can see that here too. This resulted in an increase in the ACL, so and this ramps up with time. So there's an increase by 2% in 2027, 16 in 28, and 33 in 29. Yeah.
Where's John Shepard when you need him? Is he still alive, Jeff?
Yes, believe he is.
He would have something to say about this.
Okay.
What was that method that you guys used to use? It was shrinkage, the shrinkage estimators. This is exactly the opposite of it.
So, okay.
You're following noise, basically.
This sounds like
critically comes. Sorry, Shell, carry on.
Go ahead, Jeff.
This critically comes down to the confidence you have in the index. So if you don't believe the index is indexing the population, which is kind of what they're saying in the text, then why keep it in the assessment? And If you downweight it enough, then it has no impact, which means you don't need it in the assessment anyway. So I'm struggling with this a bit. If we think the index is informative, then you should be weighting it more in the way that this change has done. But the team that did this supplemental are saying they didn't like that, and they want to retain the original, I think.
Well, mine's a little different, which is the big changes at the end. And the reason for that is that's where the model has the most flexibility. So basically, where there's data, it doesn't like the index, and it follows the index when you put a lot of weight on the index and you have nothing else for it. So it like fits, the place where it fits best is where you've got almost no other information, but it fits far better at the end of the time series than it fits anywhere else. And that's just statistical artifact.
But it does have a big impact on the projections.
Oh yeah, well of course. I mean, on the other hand, if the point was down, it would have the equal one. But I don't believe the index got suddenly a lot better in 2022 than it was in the past.
No.
Albie.
Yeah, I mean, the change in the projection period seems to be because of that last spike in the age 0 recruits, which I don't quite understand why it crops up, because if you look at the fits to the index, 2015 is the only place where they diverge, and this is supposed to be a pelagic juvenile service. I don't quite understand why that change in 2015 translates into like that spike in recruitment in 2020 or whatever that is. But I guess that I just want to echo that it I don't know, it seems yet another example of a bit of data in this assessment that should be fairly small and unimportant and super noisy and ends up affecting the forecast. So I don't know. It seems like it's really it didn't fit this index very well before. It doesn't fit it very well now with this change. So I don't know where that leaves us, but it seems very noisy to me.
And does anybody
So I've got-
remember in the proposed base model if this
I
change?
think it's in the data file. I'll just double check whether it's actually in the fit. I know it's in the data file, but that's not quite the same thing.
It seemed like Jeff was thinking no.
What's it got? Actually, here's the data. Yeah, the juvenile survey is in there from 2004 onwards.
But is the
It's
R?
sorry.
Is
the Sigma R thing set up? I can check that in a few seconds. If I knew what index it was, which is 1, 2, 3, 6. So index 6 has CVs between 0.3 and 0.8, but mainly, or actually all over the place. There's one of 0.2, which seems rather low. And then there's that 2013 point, which is 11. It's just enormous outlier, but it's definitely in there.
Yeah, sorry. The report on the proposed new base model says that is one of the things that they not bring forward, request 12, because of the mismatch between the index observations in the past. So they did not. It's still in the model, the index, but they did not change the way that they treat the. They did not retune it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes
Correct.
sense. If CV is going to 0.8 or whatever. Okay. So we are approaching public comment, and I'd like to stop for that. Is there anything else on this, given that the stat did not move forward with this change with their proposed?
No, I'd like to come back to the indices at some point, but not now.
The indices in general.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Marlene, are we good to shift for public comment? I can stop sharing.
Sure. If you want to do that, we can move over to public comment. Did you get through all of the material you wanted to cover for the response and requests?
No.
No.
We have two more. They were lower priority requests. But yeah, we still have two more to get through.
So you're trying to just stay solid with the timing of the public comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine. I just wanted to be clear to folks that that the group has not finished discussing all of the requests. And if people were waiting for something related to that or the proposed base model. But I do think there are quite a few folks online still and listening. So again,
I would like to check in with Jeff Lackey, actually. So there were some questions about the size-dependent fecundity relationship. That is request 13. We will have opportunity for public comment again tomorrow. But if you had any thoughts about whether or not we should try to get through that and then take public comment. The final one is just summarizing some of the differences in composition data by fishery and state. But we've talked a lot about that already.
I do have a question on fecundity, but it doesn't matter to me when we get there.
Okay. All right. Let's just keep going with public comment now, and then we can talk more about fecundity tomorrow. I mean, Thursday.
Okay. And again, public comment at this meeting is open to any of the context that you'd like to raise for the group or questions. So since we're all online, I would just ask people to go to their reactions button and then do the raise hand feature so we can call on folks to make public comment. And the fastest hand on the draw was Heather Mann. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Marlene. I'll be brief. My name's Heather Mann. I'm the executive director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative, and I actually just wanted to thank the participants for the really respectful and deep, thoughtful conversation around the issues that the industry is bringing forward. It's been really rewarding to be listening today and feel that you guys are actually listening to us and to what Jeff has spent a lot of time working on. And we haven't been feeling that a lot in the last couple of years. So I just want to thank you for that. And that's really all I have. So thanks.
Well, thank you, Heather. We appreciate you being here and always engaging. Thanks.
Anyone else who's attending the meeting like to make public comment? I don't see anyone that's on like a phone line, but if you don't have the ability to sort of raise your hand or unmute yourself, I think maybe Corey doesn't have audio. You can also put something in the chat to let us know that you'd like to make a comment. I'm not seeing any other hands go up or chat for folks that had anything to contribute at this point. So I think probably that might be it for public comment.
Okay, well, thank you, Marlene. That was faster than I thought. So why don't we just see how requests 13 and 14 go? Maybe we can bust them out before 5 and then save remaining discussions and all of that for Thursday morning. So I'm going to pull this back up. Okay, so this is the request to account for size-dependent fecundity. So there are a number of these we've heard. It's mostly an update to our current best practices. So EJ Dick and others had a meta-analysis that they ran in 2017, looking at these different species groups and effects of length on fecundity. And so the request was really just to integrate that for the widow assessment. And they found that there was a little change in biomass, no real change in likelihood, a 3% decrease in stock status, and a 9% decrease in, sorry, that's 2027 ACL, I'm sure. And their comment about older fish equating to a reduction in spawning potential. And I know that Jeff has a question about this. So do you want to go ahead and ask? I think you had a few questions related to fecundity.
Yes, thanks. Let me find here. In response 13 on page 39 of the PDF, it says about that 9% decrease. It says because of the presence of older fish leads to more reduction in spawning potential at a given catch level. Just wanted to understand that a little better. Why is that, and why is that generally, and why is it specifically here? What's going on? Because a 9% decrease in ACLs, it's pretty big. So I'm just curious if there's any more explanation on that.
Looks like
I
Andre.
can try.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, firstly, the relationship is little. I've got the actual one in the assessment. If you want to see it, it's actually pretty close to linear. It's not a very big effect, but essentially, Jeff, what it is those old large, and large is the important word here. Those females producing more eggs per unit weight than a small fish. So a small fish of one, I'm going to use a random number, 1 kilo may produce 1,000 eggs, but an animal that's twice as big is producing a lot more than those eggs. So if you kill off if there are a lot of old fish, aka large fish, and you reduce the number of large fish, you reduce the egg production more than the amount of weight that you're taking out of the population. So it's the fact that big females produce more eggs per unit mass that is what's driving that result. And we've seen that for many stocks, that we find that the reduction in egg production is more than the reduction in biomass, simply because big fish produce more eggs.
So I've heard that, but I'm reading the page 39, and it's almost like it's saying the opposite. Unless I'm
Perhaps not the
misunderstanding.
best choice.
Yeah,
Page 39
Because it's not the
says-
presence of older fish, it's the absence of older fish. You've killed them. So it's the other, the text wasn't very helpful there, but that's the effect, is that when you remove large fish, you lose more egg production than if you lost the same mass of fish from younger animals.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little confused. I understand your explanation to begin there is, and I think this is one of the responses that's being implemented in the new model. And is it leading to an increase in ACL or a decrease in ACL in the new model? Changing the fecundity relationship.
Compared to if they hadn't done it, almost certainly a lower ACL.
yeah, sorry for my PowerPoint, but that fourth little bullet, it should say ACL. So that's a 9% decrease. Oh, I'm not sharing anymore. A 9%.
Jeff was asking how would that deal, how is that in the new model? And
Right,
the
so
model you're showing is the old model, but in the new model, I think the effect would be the same. That
So
would be a lower ACL than if we assumed spawning biomass was proportional to spawning output.
There's more older fish now. So the fecundity change should lead to an increase in ACL. Maybe I'm missing.
No, so you got to compare. It's what you're comparing here. So you're comparing an assessment where, in one case, you're assuming that egg production is just whatever the animal weighs, roughly speaking, and the other case is the egg production is that relationship that is in front of you, and what the actual stock biomass, as is noted in that paragraph, is really not very different. It's 3%. So there's a 3% in the biomass, but because some of those fish are large, it has a disproportionate effect on spawning output. So the actual biomass, it says 3% decrease in stock status will be even less in 4%, 4 plus biomass. So the biomass, the population is the same. It's the change in egg production that's changed. So the actual trajectory of what's available to the fishery is exactly the same. It's how you interpret it in egg production as opposed to just weight of fish. And maybe someone can say that better than I do.
Yeah, Jeff's got a hand up, and I'm hoping he's got another take on it.
No, I'm not going to help. So I also understand the maths. I'm slightly struggling to understand the scale of change here, given the pattern of older fish that we see caught in the midwater trawl, which is the majority of the catch these days. If you remember that plot, the proportion of older fish is going down quite steeply. So my mind isn't quite being able to put those two together.
Jeff, I'm trying to find a plot that might help you, which is the average age of the population. Because that is... Can I show that?
Yeah, sure.
Because I think that's what you need. The problem is this is the data, not the outcome of the assessment. So I think I can help you a little bit here. Oh, if I was smart enough to hit the little button correctly. So this is the age composition. This is the mean age in the population. Oh, not the mean age in the catch, but this is not mature animals. This is just the population. But you can see that decline at the end. And I don't know if I've got anything else that's. Let's see. No, that's not helpful. They keep changing things. Mean length. No, that's the closest I can give you. But you can see that the model is indicating, this is at the population level, that there's a decline in the mean age.
Right. So then if the statement was in the report, because there was a decline in mean age in recent years, and mean size, really, that's why you would see it.
Yes, mean size is what matters.
Right. But the way that it was...
But it's more subtle than that, though. And the point is that the decline in mean size would also mean a decline in spawning biomass. But because they're big fish, it's exacerbated relative to spawning biomass. The point here is it's not the total biomass that changes. It's the fact that the large fish correspond more to spawning biomass. So even if you've got a declining biomass, you'll still have a declining biomass, but because you're losing the big fish more than you're losing the medium-sized fish, the effect on spawning biomass is larger.
Yes, so that all makes sense.
Okay.
The problem is how it was written. It doesn't.
Oh, how it's written is poor.
Right. Okay. So I just want Jeff to know that.
So it would be really helpful if there was a little bit more. This was represented in a slightly different form, because the response is talking about age 4 plus. It would be helpful to present that in different age classes, so you can see, or biomass of different age classes, so you can see what's happening to the larger females particularly. That would help people understand it.
Albie is incredibly patient today.
No, no,
He learns
I,
everything good from me.
yeah. No, I wanted to agree with Jeff Lucky that the text in the parenthesis in response 13 is, I guess, misleading at best, because that kind of entails that there is more presence of older fish. I think that the opposite is true. So if one looks at figure 1 in the Widow supplemental report, so the new proposed report, the new proposed model report, that is the H4 biomass that is in fact lower than it. After you've done all the changes that have been proposed, once you do all that, it's slightly lower as what the response to the request document says, but then that is disproportionately reflected by the change in spawning potential because of the fecundity relationship. But I don't think it's true, at least as best as I can tell without having the data files from all the models. I don't think it's true that there's more older fish in any of these models compared to the August 2025 one.
Yeah, so to the stats credit, they did a lot in a very, very short period of time. And so I think this was just an oversight.
Oh, absolutely.
More confusing. Jeff Lackey, did you have other items related to fecundity you wanted to talk about?
No, thank you.
Okay. This is the last one for a request. So 14 was summarized differences in composition data by fishery and state. So we've talked a bit about this, how fishing has been concentrated off Central Oregon in recent years. Questions about differences in recruitment and what have you. So from 2012 to 2023, the stat wrote that fishing was concentrated off Columbia River and in Central Oregon. And then recent composition data were sparse for California and Washington. We see that in the plots. Length compositions were weighted to account for differences in catch and sampling intensity. So we did have some conversations earlier on about that when Andre was talking about weighted by the stratum and biomass and what have you. And then the use of the time blocks to allow selectivity to vary, or all ways to try to account for some of these differences. I don't know if there's any items for discussion here or.
Thank you for your response.
Great. So you all have been engaged quite a bit, Jeff and Whitney, but we have officially on the agenda to create space for you guys. If you have anything else you wanted to revisit or discuss, this is mostly so that I don't forget to create that space. But Whitney or Jeff Lackey, anything else? Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, the questions I sent, number 4, there's 7 changes in the base model from August to September.
Yeah.
Just be curious if what were the 1 or 2 that drove the biggest positive change and the 1 or 2 that drove the biggest negative change, and may not be able to answer today, but I'll probably, because reading the document, I wasn't sure. And so I just wanted to know that. Other than that, still concerned about 2 things in this assessment, as in some previous assessments in this and in the past cycle, and that is concerned about sensitivity of certain things like natural mortality. This model is very sensitive to natural mortality, and it seems relative to what we're seeing on the water, maybe it seems overly sensitive, and that the spatial and functional nature of the fishery, when overlaid with the stock, the geographic distribution of the stock, this model doesn't seem to match what we're seeing. And so those are the two biggest things that overall, when looking at the model and looking at this assessment, concerned about the sensitivity to natural mortality and the fact that this model seems to be more negative than what we're seeing in the water when we can fish on such a small portion of the range and it hold up in CPUE. So those are the overarching comments. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll tackle the first and then Andre can tackle the second, I think. So the first, I had laid out kind of some of these changes from the August base model. And so I tried to indicate the relative effects of these. So the historical catch reconstruction, for example, had little effect. The one it seems has the greatest effect is this data weighting procedure. And folks can say if they think that I'm wrong here. But if you look at the, so the dark blue line again is that August model. The light blue is kind of right on top of it with the.
Can't see anything, Cheryl.
Oh, okay. Thanks. How about now? Can you see it now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So this was the slide that I was talking about, trying to show some of the relative differences. And so it looked to me like the greatest effect was the weighting procedure. So if you look at the dark blue, you see this jump up here with the yellow. There's also the recruitment adjustment is part of that, but the stat indicated that the greatest effect was this weighting. So like the yellow and the lighter green color, you can see kind of the shift relative to that dark blue line in a few different places. And then like the fecundity relationship, they indicated that it had an effect on the trajectory more so than the stock size. And some of these other ones were pretty little impact, but resulted in a simpler, more favorable model. We want to have fewer parameter estimates, and these are already crazy complex, like we've been talking about forever. So the simpler the model, the better. So some of these were carried forward, I think, for simplicity's sake. Anybody else want to say anything different on these relative?
Yeah, I'm trying. I can't. I'm looking at this figure, and what I see is that if you start with the August model, changing the catches doesn't make any difference. So I think we know that that's no change. Then the big change, I'm looking at the end because that's going to affect the OFL and ABC the most, right? I'm looking at the end of the time series, and as far as I can work out, it's one of those two green things. So it's either the data weighting or the fleets. But if I read the way the caption works, the first thing they should have changed is fleets, right? Because that's the order in which the plot is created. So
Yeah,
it looks like to me it's the fleets that makes the biggest difference at the end, which is where, you know, where people are really focused. So go right to the end of the time series.
yeah, they look kind of
Right.
overlapping.
Yeah, so it's one of the greens, but everything is on top of each other. So the yellow is on top of the green, which is why it seems to me it's the fleets that makes the biggest difference from the August 2025 model. At the end, anyway, which is where I care.
But like,
and then after that, they're very similar.
This looks like that's both greens to me.
Yeah, I can't distinguish the two greens, but I don't think it's the Francis weighting. I think it's either it should be the fleets, because the fleets should be the first green one if you look at the caption.
Yeah,
Am I misreading the caption?
Maybe we can revisit the text, but I pulled some of these from what.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the figure.
Right.
So I'm looking at an expanded version of the figure in the document, and I think Andre is right. I think the two green ones run overlapping, and right at the end, they're still broadly overlapping, but the fleet one is just coming out just slightly lower.
Well, I guess Jeff,
not
the
by
point
much.
is the two greens are really close, but if they've done a proper bridging analysis, it's the first thing that they changed that made the difference between the blues and whichever greens you look at. And so if they did it the way they should have done it, it must be the fleet structure. And then the number, whatever the third one is, didn't really make much of a difference.
I agree, assuming this has been plotted appropriately.
Yeah. If each of these are sequential, which they should be, then it was that third thing that made the difference at the end.
Yes.
What is confusing is that the text claims that the use of the Francis weighting approach resulted in the biggest change from the August 2025 base model.
Right, but it depends on what you mean
suggest...
by where the change was. So if you go back to 1970, it's clear that the data weighting has a much bigger effect than the fleets. Right? So it depends on where you look. I'm looking at the end. And if you look at 1999, you know, the blue goes to yellow is pretty substantial. Although green is the first order effect. So it really depends on where you look, I think.
So clear
it's not only that. The original comparisons were done against the August 2025 model. And when they were compared, these things didn't have the same effect as they do when they're applied sequentially.
Yep.
So that's the difference. So I think when you just compare the data weighting, the new data weighting against the 25 model, that looks to be bigger than when you compare the simplified fleets against the model. But when you combine them, you get a different outcome. That's the issue.
Did that help you in the slightest, Jeff? as in Lucky?
I guess there's a couple things. Well, one is all of the changes look to be negative, but yet the September model came out more positive. So that I don't understand. And the second thing
That's
is
the change in M. That's the mortality change.
See more words, Andre.
M is higher in the new model, in the 2025 model, in the October model. And so even though the biomass might not, so the thing about OFLs is the OFL is the product of essentially how much have you got in the sea, which is what we're seeing here, and how much are you allowed, what proportion of that are you allowed to catch? And M affects both of those things, but it affects the proportion you can catch almost more than how much is in the sea. So it's like going to the bank, and the biomass trajectory is how much have you got in the bank, and the exploitation rate is like what is your interest rate. And M affects both of those things. And possibly, and we haven't got the data here, it may affect the interest rate more than it affects the capital in this particular case. But you've got to think that M affects both the interest rate and the capital when we think about how much is sustainably taken. Not sure that was very helpful.
Okay, I think I'm getting there. It's just not represented on a graph somewhere.
No, it's closer to see it on table 1.
Of which one?
The new document.
The full one. Okay.
So there's where you can see where things change positively and negatively.
This one?
Yeah, that's the one. And the big change in Jeff, if you want to look at that one, you'll notice that second row, the M row, that changes dramatically when they change the data weights. But if you go down to B25, you'll notice that the biomass is actually slightly lower just making sure I look at this correctly, is slightly lower than the August 2025 model, but because the M is higher, you end up with a much higher OFL than ABC. So you got to essentially got to multiply, in very rough terms, the M and the biomass. The one went up quite a lot, the one went down a little bit, but the product actually ends up much higher.
That is very helpful. I understand now.
Okay, you had a second portion.
Yes.
Okay, go for it. And that'll be the last
The-
thing we do today. We'll revisit. stuff.
Well, are we going to talk about runs that you might, maybe I shouldn't even say this, but runs that you might want to do for Thursday?
I don't know.
Sorry.
I think they're
I'm quite happy with the answer no, because I'd be the one to have to do it.
yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think it's your responsibility. I'm not sure that it's appropriate to ask you to do that.
Okay, I'm totally happy. Sorry, Jeff.
The only other thing was that looking at that graph, the two greens and then the simplifying the fleet had the biggest downward change on the stock status. Was that because of the going back to the hook and line change that impacted the recruitment in the 2010s? Is that why?
That's what it seems to be. Yeah,
Okay.
I think looking at that table 1 gives you a lot of information about what each change to the model does.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for clearly putting a ton of thought into this, Jeff Lackey, and sending us those questions in advance to help make sure that we got to them, and definitely flag things that we didn't answer today when we get back to them on Thursday. Okay, we are at time. Does the rest of the review panel, do you all have thoughts or opinions on sending Andre with homework? You heard mine, I guess.
Andre is very supportive of not working extra, given that I'm teaching all day tomorrow. But I mean, particularly things like those, if extracting the age data or even the biomass by age is useful, I mean, if we can help make this process, I mean, you know, we shouldn't be inventing a new assessment. That would be a bit naughty. But if we can understand what's going on and make a useful recommendation to the council, I'm willing to help. But I don't think we should be creating the assessment we would have done, because that's not our job. Our job is to review what's in front of us.
Yeah, so Marlene, I know Jeff, you had your hand up, but Marlene.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna ask Jeff to weigh in if he wanted first.
Okay, so I don't particularly want to give Andre anything extra to either, although, you know, it would be nice to understand this a bit more. What I was going to say was, in terms of presentation, M is making a huge difference right at the end, and that's not clear in the way it's been presented in the reporting. You know, because M is being estimated, it's being driven by the other data changes. But I think it really needs to be brought out that it's the change in the estimate of M that's driving a lot of the increase in the catch recommendations. That's one point. Second point is, I'm slightly nervous about how much M is changing, given relatively small changes in some of the data inputs, and I think it would need to be explored with applying some fixed M's and seeing how sensitive it really is, and seeing whether it actually makes sense and holds water. But I don't think we can do that in this meeting. I think that's for future work.
Go ahead, Marlene, and I'll note for the group, I have a hard stop at 5:10.
Okay. Yeah, so this is part of the challenge is, you know, if you did want to note your desired like what Jeff just mentioned about, a potential request. The federal scientists, if the government does open up again, they would show up at our meeting the day that they're coming back, and that would be fine. I do think that just the plan for how to manage whether you wanted to make some of these requests or not. You can talk about that a little bit more. I'm not sure that there's, again, question of utility. If you wrote something down now, if they happen to open up and we're able to do something before we meet on Thursday, I'm not sure. But that's sort of the conundrum we're in about not being able to do this iterative thing. The other thing I would say is that the federal folks, before they shut down, they were very clear that they wanted the federal scientists to represent the work being done and the assessment. So I support Andre's idea of if there are things that are helpful to the review or to help clarify some of your things. But again, anything that would change or essentially lay out a new proposed model or something that really goes into the territory that I think they were hoping to avoid, that they wanted the federal stat folks to be representing the work and the proposed model going forward. So just a note of caution there that they were pretty clear about that. And I think Andre is offering, I think you're trying to find the right balance.
Thanks, Marlene.
So for my understanding, is there anything in particular from today that is still like outstanding? Or maybe this is the question Cheryl needs to ask before we go into Thursday, either about the requests, the proposed base model, before moving forward.
Yeah, so I think we'll start Thursday that way. I don't hear anybody screaming at needing to see something before then, so I would say we do not proceed with any other runs. I would love it if folks could put even some rough notes for the sections that they're rapporteuring, if you have them, into our shared document. I think that will expedite the report writing process, and then others can add thoughts that may be missed, and it could be a combination of individual and group work. Andre.
Just checking, the word punt in the second last line here should be, third last line should be Scheffler, right?
Yes, it is. And with the number of issues we saw today with the presentation, I will update it and re-upload for Thursday so that it's all accurate. But yes, punt is only responsible for the alternative models used to bracket uncertainty in the decision table, which actually, do we even have one? Do we have a decision table?
Yeah, we don't have one yet, so we'll have to talk about it.
Okay.
But yeah, punt is very happy that you've done that, because I didn't take notes on unresolved problems because I was talking too much.
Mm-hmm.
I have lots of notes on problems.
Great. Thank you, Jason. Okay. Questions, comments, concerns before we reconvene Thursday morning?
So I do have a question / concern, and there's not much that can be done about it, but we have not gone through the new proposed base model yet, and we had an hour and a half for that, so we'll have to cram that into Thursday's discussion. Just a heads up.
Yes. Yeah, we today only had that kind of brief overview before getting into the details of the responses and requests. So, yeah, we will actually have to start there and then make sure that we hit each of these categories you see in front of you on Thursday. So, I'll lay down the law or something, make sure we stay on track. on Thursday. But again, if you can put what you have into writing between now and then, I think that will help us. But thank you, Jason, for flagging that. All right, are we done for today?
Yeah, thanks to everybody. Same link for Thursday, 9 a.m. Pacific time. For those in other time zones, really appreciate it. Let me know
Thanks,
if
Cheryl, for keeping us on track.
If there's anything else you need for reference material or other things that might come up, let us know. Send an email.
Thank you,
All
Marlene.
right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.